Alright, hello chat. How's it going? Welcome back. It is bear time. Oh, hold on. Now it's bear time. I was about to flip the screen over. Oh, sorry, I tabbed out. There goes the music. What little music there was. I was about to flip the screen over and I had it like selected onto the character that I've been grinding away at, who I finally got like most of the big awful grind finished up this morning on that character. So like, whew. My life outside of stream has mostly been grinding Diablo 4 for like the last 3 days straight. It was a lot. This game, it's made to be grindy, which is good. Not grindy. It doesn't even feel grindy. Oh, there's a skip campaign button on this existing character that we have. That's just interesting. I didn't expect that to be a thing. Because when you clear the campaign on the first character, then for all of your other ones going forward, you have... Here, I'll show. Like, if I went to start a random character, right? And I just was like, boom. There's a little skip campaign thing. So that once you've played through the story of the game, if you just want to, like, go out in the open world and do all of that stuff, and just, like, level up your character, rather than play through the campaign again to, like, open it all up, you can just skip it. Just like that. So it's weird to me to see this guy have the skip button. I just wasn't expecting it. Anywho. This guy, we're gonna have a bunch of skill points, I think. I actually got all of, like, the account-wide skill points finished up. Because I wanted to do a video of, like, a full skill tree for my perfected werebear man. And I did it. But I needed every last one of those skill points. So we have 8. So we have 8, chat. Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright. What the hell is... What was that? Ravens? Oh my god. Hold on. If you haven't been here for these, I'm going to say all the options really fast, alright? Just when you hear something that you're like, I would grab that, just say it, because that's the easiest way. Don't try to, like, over-evaluate and pick... Alright, stream's going wonky. Don't try to over-evaluate it, because it ends up taking a long-ass time. So, from the top, our options are increasing spirit gauge, which is just mana for the druid, pretty much. Increasing the damage of our bear slam. Increasing our crit chance. Increasing our damage reduction while in werebear form. Reducing the cooldown on our big roar. I actually got the... Okay, never mind. Increasing resistance to non-physical damage. What are these? Oh, yeah. No. Buff all of our companions by 10%. Pump the damage on the ravens. Increase the damage on the trample. Enhance the trample. What's this one? We're not using poison. We're not using nature magic. Enhance the prime... What was this called again? This form? Enhance the dire werebear form. The big ultimate werebear. I've only played Necromancer. Have you been playing Diablo 4? Or do you just mean in general with Diablo? Raven damage. You already know what I want? Do I? So far, I've seen 1 for Raven damage. Yeah? How's Necromancer? I've heard mixed things about Necromancer. Ultimate Werebear, unstoppable. You got 8 points. I did the big renown grind, Mickle, to get all the skill points for all the regions. We have 8 points to spend. I've also, now that I've finished the campaign, actually, we'll get there in a second. Or should I get there now? Here's an idea that I had, chat. What if instead of doing like a formal campaign, like full game playthrough like we've been doing, what if we did this more like an XCOM, like roguelike series? And we started doing hardcore characters. Just throwing it out. It was a thought that entered my brain. That is all. Crit chance. Which one is Call of the Wild again? My brain just goes for the effect. Oh, that's the companion damage. When you die, you start over. Yeah, when you die, your character, you lose the character, is hardcore. I'd be down for that. Especially when you can summon 10 Bone Boys. Multiple Werebears. We would get more diversity out of the streams that way, but it would also be like one of those things like XCOM where we would just never end and these would just be like random for fun streams, if that makes sense. I don't want to lose Bearman. I am somewhat attached to Bearman. But I'm less attached because I actually have a really good bear on the other character that I've been playing as my main for videos and stuff. Like, blows this one out of the water at this point. I hit like a break point last night where my main bear went from like a 5 out of 10 to like an 8 out of 10. Like just massive power jump in one fell swoop last night, and now he's way stronger. He's like crazy strong. From what I've seen of my own experience, I know that Whirlwind Barbarian is still just rolling every piece of content in the game. So, it's whatever. Stream Bear is best bear. Should we try a hardcore one? I wouldn't delete the bear man. I would leave him intact. But we could get a little crazy with it. I feel overwhelmed with the 8 points like in the middle of this build now, where it's like it feels weird to have such a random jump. Let's try a hardcore one. All right? All right, chat. Let's get some variety. That's the button I'm looking for. Classes. Classes. Barbarian oh yeah, here we go. It has like these little things. It's got some berserking stuff, some bleed stuff, the arsenal system where they use 4 weapons and swap between them on the fly. And rage is kind of like their mana system from what I understand. Necromancer, it's a summoner class. It's a summoner class. That's enough said. Sorcerer, elemental magic class. Enough said. Rogue, big damage, fast character. Give me all summons. I'm seeing Necromancer. I have not touched Necromancer, so this should be interesting. What are we thinking? I want more ravens. Rattle 'em, boys. God damn it. Male or female necromancer is the question. I wish I could rotate them. Is there a thing, like, in the customize? There's not. To swap between the genders? Barb divs? Look. Female for variety. I feel like this one just fits. Like, this just looks right. All the other presets look more like normal people. This one looks like a ghost. So I'm gonna go with that. Hardcore. Do we still go through the campaign? Do we still try to go through campaign, or do we just turn it off and go for open world? Like full-blown open world grindy character. Because really the open world is the... We could still do the story through the hardcore if people wanted. But like there's a reason that they put this button here. Campaign? Okay. Barb is a late game character anyway. Necro's far better for early game. I've heard that Necro is kind of middle in the road for most of the game. That's generally what I've heard people saying. Like, they're not the strongest early game. They're not the strongest late game. They're not the weakest early game. They're not the weakest late game. Like, they're kind of just constantly middle of the road. I'm just gonna generate a name, because I got nothing clever. Honestly, like 12 character limit is a pain in the ass. I'll try for a second. Give me a moment to think. Just fetch shit, talk to guy, fetch shit, boss. The only reason that I'm considering, like, that I think I would want to leave it on is those bosses are gonna be the run enders. Right? Like, the campaign bosses are gonna be the ones that kill the runs. Stream was lagging. It looks like now it's fine, from what I can tell. A little here and there. Maybe it is still going. I'll keep an eye on it. Valexi. Valexi it is, I guess. Leave campaign on. Only tough campaign boss I've died to is Elias. Man, Werebear, let me tell you. Both, it wasn't even just, we'll do it world tier 2 because mama didn't raise no bitch. Oh, okay. I was confused by this for a second. Below level 10 will just be deleted on death. If they're above level 10, they will be remembered in the Hall of Fallen Heroes. Oh, I saw Goth Girl, like, literally as I clicked the button. That's unfortunate. Elias was actually one of the easiest bosses on,
Sanctuary was never meant
on the Werebear.
for humankind.
He was one of the few bosses that I never died to. Not once.
I should find better shelter
What
before
the hell?
freeze.
Okay. Oh. Oh, this is huge! Chat, this is huge. Look at, you see what's happening? Hardcore is separate. Hardcore is separate. I'm not gonna get my skill point carryover or my flask count. I don't have my 9 flasks. The carryover does not apply to your hardcore characters. Chef's kiss, Blizzard. Absolute chef's kiss. I love you for this one. So we're gonna have to start like normal. You get... Oh, you have to raise it from a corpse. Okay. That's the way that PoE does some of its summons. So, from the wolf. Oh, here we go. Hello, Jacobian. Oh. Altars don't carry over either? Shit. That's probably a good thing too. I have almost all the altars done. Because it was like, well, if I'm gonna be renown grinding... Is there a max? Oh yeah, max is 4. Okay. While I was renown grinding, I was like, this is when I should do my altars. Like, it was all altars and strongholds to get that. Like the tier 3 renown for every area. How many altars you got? I don't know in total. I've been using an interactive map. The majority, like, I would say I might have like 30, 40 left at most. I've definitely got well over 100 of them.
What's it to you?
Hush. I'm sorry.
Once you're at max, using corpses buffs and heals your summons? Oh. So I should still be doing it. Oh, I can skip. If I've already played through the mission on Bearman or previous character, we skip. I should put hardcore in the title, right? Yeah. Give me a second. Yeah, hardcore goes in the title. Sorry. I know the frame rate and the audio when I tab out. Yeah. Okay. Can you slide me that interactive map? Literally just Google Diablo 4 interactive map. There are so many. Don't use, what site is it? There's one of them that, like, at max, you can check off 100 things without using a paid account. Fextra Life has one. You just have to make a Fextra Life account, and they have one. All of us who have ever played a Souls game, I say Fextra Life, you know that wiki. They have one. IGN has one. There's a lot of them. I don't know Necromancer at all. Druid, I knew what I was getting into. I have not played Necromancer one bit before this, so this is all going to be news to me. Allow me to read our skill options. Ahem. Reap. Sweep an ethereal scythe in front of you, dealing 3 damage. Hitting an enemy with Reap increases your damage reduction by 15% for 2 seconds. And deals shadow damage. This is elemental damage. Oh, okay, stream is kind of going weird. Stream is kind of weird. Okay. I see it. Decompose. Tear the flesh from an enemy, dealing 8 damage per second, and forming a usable corpse with the flesh every 2.5. Oh. Yeah, it's actually on my end. I don't know why it's doing that. I see it right now. Let me try this. Let's see if that stabilizes it. It's not stabilizing it. Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna see if maybe my internet's struggling with something. Like, I don't know what's up. Download speed is lower than normal. It might just be my internet. It very well could just be my internet. Hold on. Like, it's not a bad download speed. Nope, it's not the internet. It's slower than usual, but like 700 up is more than enough to run a YouTube stream. I tried to do something to stabilize it. We'll see if it works. Anyway, big scythe that deals shadow damage in a sweep in front of me. So like, I guess it would hit groups. Essentially like casting bleed onto enemies, but it also forms a corpse every 2.5 seconds. It also deals shadow damage. Bursts an enemy's blood, dealing 6 to 7 damage. Hemorrhage has a 20% chance to form a blood orb. And fire 3 bone splinters, dealing 2 damage each. Each subsequent time an enemy is hit by the same cast of bone splinters, you gain 1 essence. Interesting. Interesting basics, for sure. Interesting basics. More corpses. Interesting. I hate that I'm a druid main. Like, you saying necromancer main just makes me think like, oh, druid main. Druid has been done so dirty in this game. It's horrific. I see decompose is what people are thinking. There aren't any ravens. Corpses are the next best thing. Well, these are just the basics, right? We'll surely move down. This seems like a much simpler skill tree than what I'm used to, at least with Druid. This tier has a lot of passives. Really, I guess what I'm noticing is just that Necromancer has less skills, like a lot less skills available than Druid does. A lot less variety, a lot more passives is what I'm seeing on this tree. I was looking at a bleed build. It's not necessarily a bleed build. Like this is a blood skill. We went for a darkness skill. All right. It's not a bleed build yet. Hello. Oh, you hold. Ah. I see. You hold it. We like passives. I actually love passives. Here I go again, but like Path of Exile doesn't even have a skill tree. That game, every skill in the game can be used by any class in the game. And the classes are differentiated by like what passives they can get. And the skills are actually completely earned by what gear you get in PoE. And it leads to just an absurd amount of build variety in their system. Wait, recipe? Elixir of death evasion? What the hell is this? Bring to an alchemist to teach them to craft elixirs of death evasion. Unlock a recipe that can be crafted. That's not something I've seen in like 70 hours of playing Druid. I have never seen a potion recipe. I like my passives to be aggressive. Me too. Huh? It might be a necromancer thing. The potion recipes. That's entirely new to me. You haven't seen that either? Oh. Okay. I don't know what it is then. Hold on, wait a second. Death evasion. This might be a hardcore feature. This is a hardcore feature, for sure. I think Jessica's right. It clicked with me right then. That's a hardcore thing, isn't it? Alright. So more than one basic would be useless to us entirely. I have actually, let it be known, on my good bear, on the other account, or character, sorry, the one that I've been playing off stream, the Druid's tier 3 is like all defensive skills, and I'm actually running 2 of them at this point on that bear. So I have officially done my first doubling up of skills within one tier, but here that doesn't seem to be necessary in the slightest. We could just increase the damage that Decompose deals, or if an enemy dies while being decomposed, you gain 10 essence. I know, yeah, so all the core skills are gonna use essence to be cast. So pretty much our choice right now is very slim. We can increase the damage per second of Decompose, or make it so that it leeches, essentially, Necromancer mana to us. That's pretty much our choice here. Thoughts? Opinions? Chat's choice, if you will. Bear? No bear currently. We're doing hardcore characters now, Isuzu, so if the character dies, we can't play anymore on that character. It's like Diablo, but it's a roguelike. What are the options? Genuinely, just we either increase the DPS of Decompose, or we make it so that if an enemy dies while I'm decomposing them, I get 10 essence back. Essence being Necromancer mana, pretty much. What'd you pick? We're doing Necromancer right now. Diablo Nuzlocke? Yeah, pretty much. I also put it on the harder world tier. Enhanced sounds good. I'm not even trying to, like, peek at what we get after the enhanced. I think enhanced sounds good. I would agree with that. I'm waiting so that no one's like, no, DPS. DPS good. But it looks like that's where we're going. And then next skill, we'll still have that, but we'll have all the new core skills down there to look at as well. I keep, like, putting my hand, I'm wearing a sweatshirt, and I keep putting my left hand, like, in my sweatshirt pocket, and I'm kind of just, like, chilling, because I'm like, oh, it's nice early game Diablo, like, I can just hang out, you know, play with one hand, kind of lounge a bit, but no, I need to press 1 to do, like, the corpses thing, to heal up the skellies. No, you stay back. See, like, right now, oh shit. Ah! No! No, my boys! My boys! It's okay. It's okay, we got you. Okay. Interesting class. I haven't touched Necromancer before, so this is all new to me. Me looking away from the screen while playing hardcore. Thankfully, Diablo 4 isn't as hard as, like, Path of Exile. I have played some Path of Exile hardcore in my day. And after, like, probably 50 hours or so of playing around with it, decided that it's just not worth it, because if I play hardcore, I lose characters constantly. Like, I'm not gonna see that character through the game. Oh, this gets life on... Oh, is that a... I see. I see what's happening. The scythes have a, have an inherent trait of life on kill. Of life leech, pretty much. That's something that I've come to understand about Diablo 4 and how it works with the loot system. Is that every, like, type of item has an inherent, buff that will come with it. So, like, for scythes, I guess, you get, life on kill. I can't remember what some of them get. But the way that it is laid out is like, oh, here, I can show that. I can't really show that right now, actually. Never mind. Once I get a chance to, I can show what I mean. Because the UI makes it pretty clear. But you have to still kind of know to know. Got a wand that increases my main attack speed by 58%. That's an absurd attack speed buff. And say it with me, chat. An attack speed buff is effectively the same as a DPS increase. That's right. Very good, chat. Okay. We could, of course, just buff Decompose. But then we got these. So, Acolytes, you and your minions deal 10% increased damage to enemies who are being decomposed. This would be good for, like, bosses or, like, really tough elites, but I don't see much use outside of that, honestly. Decompose slows enemies by 30%. Neither of these are great. Let me be very clear about that from the offset. Neither of these are great. However, slowing by 30% is like, if I'm holding the beam on an enemy and trying to focus them down, they can't rush me as well. It's something. Neither of those are very good, though. But let's check out the core stuff, right? Maximum essence increased by 3. Okay. Throw a blood lance that lingers in an enemy for 3 seconds, dealing 40 to 49 damage to the enemy and all other lanced enemies. Oh. A bleed build would probably be really fun for this. I just want to say, that just sounds like a fun skill to build around. Because if I'm reading that right, you can pretty much like throw the lances at multiple enemies as long as you have the essence, and they're all gonna share the damage between each other. That sounds pretty fun, to be completely honest. Draw blood from enemies, dealing 10 to 12 damage, and expel a blood nova, dealing 25 to 30 damage. Blood Surge's nova damage is increased by 10% per enemy drained up to 50%. That seems aight. That doesn't seem too bad. I feel like that's something that I have to see, like, in action to really understand what it's even saying. Because that one, I'm not really getting it. I'm not able to picture it. I'm not able to see the vision. Unleash Concentrated Blight that deals 15 to 18 damage and leaves behind a defiled area, dealing 44 damage. Okay. AoE. It's an AoE attack. I throw down a big AoE Blight spot. A specter of you charges forward and attacks with its scythe for 31 to 38 damage, then returns to you and attacks again for 10 to 12 damage. So it'll be like bouncing back and forth a little bit, I guess. A passive where my damage has a 4% chance to create a corpse at the target's location. Chance is doubled against bosses. That's pretty good using tick damage and minions. Because every single tick is going to run that 4% chance. That's actually kind of nuts. Conjure a bone spear from the ground, dealing 42 to 52 damage and piercing through enemies. Bone spear. I want a ghost. The sever, the scythe one. This is a really interesting skill tree. Maybe I won't play Whirlwind Barbarian as my next character. Because I was definitely planning on it. Because, like, it's a Diablo staple, plus it's apparently, from what people are saying, just ridiculously strong here. Bone Spear's by far the best of them? Really? It seems like the basic bitch of the bunch. But, so, if I'm understanding it, it's gonna raise a spike from, like, under the enemy's feet. Like, it's a ranged attack that just, like that, it works from wherever. Because that definitely makes it better, right? Not quite. Well, shit. That's kind of more like an arrow. Oh, does it cast from me to them? Still a ranged attack. Alright. Say what you think, chat. Speak your mind. Final verdict time. What are we thinking? I need to put my phone on Do Not Disturb. What's wrong with me? Blight, but I want the ghost at some point. I feel like Blight could be the way. Because between summons and AoE, and I guess like a life drain move, I feel like it all just kinda... It's like a satisfying whole, you know? I put down AoE, I have minions with me. When I'm trying to get energy back, I do this like life leech move. It kind of just all works. Its upgrades give it extra projectiles when it hits a wall. Uh-huh. That makes it make sense. Thing is a beast once you upgrade it. It sounds like it could be. But if I'm the tiebreaker, I'm too curious about Blight. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Sorry, my headphone is just not on my ear quite right. There we go. It has a 40%. I didn't even realize that before. Wait, Holy shit, Necromancer has a crazy lucky hit chance. What? Necromancer across the board has some ridiculously high lucky hit chances. At least I'm used to playing Druid, where it's like 2% lucky hit chance. Like absolute, like lucky hit is just not a thing that you get to see much of. If I'm the tiebreaker, it's Blight. I have to see it. Oh, if it hits an enemy, it'll stop. I thought it was gonna kind of be more like a lob thing. Oh, Essence regens passively. So it's not like Druid or Barbarian, where you can only get your meter refilled from like attacking enemies with your basic. I can't even see them. Thought we used them to suck. That seems satisfying. I will lead the way. We could go for best build. But what's the fun in that? See, that's what the videos are for. That's what all of my, like, offline, like, running the numbers, testing the things in-game, like, that's what that's for. But this is for, like, maybe we can find some goofy shit. Some shit that you wouldn't use if you were playing, like, hard meta, you know? God damn it. And so far, that has gotten us the Bear Man. Although the Bear Man, okay. Bear Man is like, it is hard meta. Once you're into like the 50s, 60s, and above. Werebear takes a very, very long time to get rolling. I've only just started to get it rolling, and mine is like level 52. He is not very good early game. I mean, we were all here for the last couple of streams with me trying to do the campaign bosses with him. It's rough out here. Like, it's not enough damage negation and, like, fortification and all that to stay alive and to just tank the damage. But it's also, it's not enough mobility to be able to avoid attacks. And it's not enough damage to kill the boss before they can drain you of all your heals. Like, just all around, it's a really shit early game build. Like, it's one of those builds that you have to kind of go in knowing that your early game is going to be kind of brutal, but it will all come together later on. Because it's rough. It's rough early on. So hold on, how exactly does the thing with max go? Oh. Like, when you are at max minions. I can see that it's healing them. But does it specifically? Oh, yeah. Once all of your skeletons have been summoned, raise skeleton briefly summons a skeletal priest to empower your minions for 5 seconds. 20% buff is good. 20% buff is good. You'll need Bone Spear's debuffing abilities at some point. Vulnerable is a good debuff. But thankfully, I'm used to playing bad builds right now. That has been my Diablo 4 experience so far, up until, like, literally yesterday, when I finally figured out what the secret sauce was to make Pulverized Werebear work. And the secret sauce, chat, let it be known, was not going pure Werebear and, like, doubling down, but it was doing, like, a hybrid build between Werebear and, holy damage! And, sorry, I was a bit taken aback by that one. Like, he's more than half dead. And earth skills. And there's, like, legendary aspects for the druid that do things like make the slam attack into an earth skill that, like, has, like, shattering rocks rise out of the ground in, like, an AoE after you use it. Like, if you play Werebear as like a hybrid, like nature skill, shape-shifting build, then it's good. I might stick with the side. Okay, here we go. Here's the inherent skills that I was talking about, or inherent buffs, right? So like here you can see the dagger. It's got like its info, and it says 3% damage to close enemies, and then there's a bar, and then there's like its randomly rolled buffs. That damage to close enemies is inherent to all daggers in the game. Like that's just a thing that any dagger in the game will have. And this two-handed sword gets increased crit strike damage. That's just the two-handed sword's like inherent buff. And then everything below that line is like the randomized rolled buff for the item. Hopefully that makes sense. So that's why I can tell here that the scythe has like an inherent life on kill. When I saw that, and I was like, oh, that's why. That's something I didn't understand about the gear in this game until like 2 days ago. I'm a bit slow. I have to have this shit spelled out for me. Diablo 4 has been great though. Like, of all the games to completely consume, like, my off-stream time, content-wise, this is a good one.
Ruins are clear. Your town should be safe now.
This is where I get drugged. Wow. Yeah, playing through the campaign is honestly gonna probably add chaos to the hardcore runs, because the campaign bosses definitely have the highest chance of being run enders if I try to like go into them unprepared. That's definitely what's gonna screw me over. No hybrid, only werebear. I'm telling you, pure werebear was not the way. I had to branch out and experiment, but then I figured it out. Okay, there's nothing too fancy going on with... Maybe there is. Nothing overly fancy going on with their skill assignment. Okay. The Book of the Dead. This. Aha! Aha! This is interesting. So this is like their... Oh, shit. I'll come back to this. Hold on. That's open from the beginning of the game? Hold on. We'll come back to that. Okay. I could increase DPS on Decompose. I could get the 10% increase. I could get the slow. Not a big fan of those, but like whatever. Decompose. DPS wouldn't be the worst thing. We could increase the DPS on Blight. We could... Yeah, it does increase both. Okay, I wanted to just double check. Oh, Blight slows enemies by 25. That's good because it is a little AoE thing. Because hitting groups of it, like slowing one enemy while I'm killing them, it's like, but slowing a group of enemies, See out here. Sepper's here still. Hello, Sticky. Alright, chat, what are we thinking? Sepper got fired. Sepper did not get fired yet. Though he tempts me every day. What are we thinking? I think this would be good. But I feel like I need some skill buffing early on. This is definitely a passive that I have my eyes on. Because like I was saying before, with all the damage like ticks and the minion build and stuff like that, getting a 12% roll every tick is actually kind of nuts. Like that's a lot of times that's going to activate, even though it might not seem like it. Sepper's always here, but he's not always there, you know? Yeah. What are we thinking, chat? What are we thinking? I'm waiting for chat to speak on their verdict. Life drain DPS, kind of shitty buffs, but like whatever. Hemorrhage? I feel like if we go hemorrhage, which one was hemorrhage again? Oh shit, that was the basic, right? We could respec. There's no point in having more than one basic skill. We could respec for hemorrhage. That would give us 2 points back. We could respec hemorrhage. We could do it. Super good for essence regeneration. But I also kind of want to stick to the skills that we've got. Just because doing hardcore, we're gonna have time for experimentation. we're gonna have time to experiment with the builds, you know? That's certainly not something I'm overly worried about. I don't know. Do I want to respec to play around with stuff, or do I want to stick it out and see the potential? One for essence, and one for one for essence and healing, one for corpses. Does this get a healing buff? Do a random build once? Oh god. Random as in every skill point assigned is random? Oh Christ, that would be awful. Like, that would be the most cursed Diablo character you would ever see, right? The blood orbs are mini health potions? Oh, okay. I should have read the blood orb thing. I forget to read the underlined stuff. No, random build would be so cursed. So cursed. Welcome back, Jessica. Yeah, I think I'm gonna say no to respecking now that we're doing hardcore. Only because I feel like sticking it out and trying to like see the potential in certain skill combos will be more entertaining. Does that make sense? Like with the bear, when we were just playing casually, I was like, yeah, we can respec if chat wants to. But now I'm kind of like, well, let him cook. Let him cook. Let these skills, let them get to their potential, if you will. See what we can make do with. Only reason. Could be accidentally awesome. It could be, but it would more likely than anything else be like incredibly cursed, right? I wish I had cake. Hemorrhage and decompose. Go arm and arm. You mean hand in hand? So yeah, if we're gonna stick these out, then pretty much options are decompose DPS. We could grab either like the minion buff or the slow buff for decompose. Light DPS increase. Blight slows enemies. And then the passive, so increased essence bar. Or a chance to instantly generate a corpse anytime we deal damage. Cake for next week for my birthday. Lots of cake. Probably a good thing I don't have lots of cake available to me. So I have the worst sweet tooth. Like, I will eat it. I will. I can't help myself. What are we thinking, chat? What are we thinking? No respec. What are we thinking? Only for the hardcore characters, I'm saying no respec. It's more interesting this way. If we're just like, yeah, what could happen? Wishing he had cake when he's obviously sitting on a natural surplus of it, goddamn. I think I've talked about my ass before, haven't I? That in high school, I had a notoriously flat ass. Like, like, running bit in the friend group, like, running joke, sort of flat ass. It's better now. Not significantly, but it's better. Crazy what some exercising can do for your ass. What leg day can do for your ass. The cake has another meaning. Yep. What are we thinking, chat? Maybe I should. I'll run this a bit more. I'll run this more. Aye. Hemorrhage. I'm not respecking. We don't even have skill slots. We need more skill points before these even open up. It's like buffing these two or the passives that we have. What are the options? Decompose, the death beam, DPS increase. This weird, like, we get a 10% increase on damage to the enemy who I'm holding the beam on. Sorry, Murphy, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Enemies with the beam on them get slowed by 30%. The little blight ball, increase the DPS on that. Make it so that the blight ball slows enemies affected by it. Increase the essence gauge, or get this chance for, like, instant corpse generation. Them be the options. Slows could be good. Slows could be good. Slows could be good. Because something to keep in mind with slow is that there's a gear buff that's insanely common in this game. And you probably saw it when we were playing the bear a lot. It says increased damage to crowd-controlled enemies. And slow is considered a form of crowd control. So if I had a piece of gear that gave me like plus 20% damage to crowd-controlled enemies, it would be giving me plus 20% to enemies that I'm like holding a slow beam on, or who are caught in the slowed blight, stuff like that. So slow can be good. Early game it won't be that good, but long term it definitely can be. I can't even give like as much input compared to when we were doing Druid. This is because I don't know. I don't know the Necromancer skills yet. This is new to me. The Book of the Dead stuff, I have to get over to that in a second as well and look into that, because I don't know what I just saw, really. I have an idea what I just saw, but I gotta go look at that. Upgrade Blight. I'd go with slows. I will combine those two, and I will say slow Blight. Like, not upgrade it in terms of damage, but we get the slow. I think we can all agree. Refunding is free right now, so if I jump the gun on that and people are like, no, damage, I can go back on it. I can just pump it into the damage instead. So, what's this about? Is this, if I'm understanding it, sorry, hiccup, right? Oh, okay. I'm understanding it. Select an upgrade or sacrifice your summons. This is another decision we're about to make, chat. All right. So we can select one of these three things. I'm understanding it. We can get the ability to raise one additional skeletal warrior. So we could go from 4 to 5. We could make it so that each time we get a crit, our next... Sorry, hold on. Each time we get a crit, our Skirmisher Warrior's next attack will be a crit that deals 50% bonus crit strike damage. Or we can sacrifice the skirmishers to increase our crit strike chance by 5% but completely get rid of the skeletons. Those are the 3 options. This is another chat needs to choose on this. I am not in the authority to make this decision. Though I might have an opinion. We keep the skeletons. So the sacrifice is off the table, is what I'm hearing. We need another bone boy. Or the first 2. We can get up to we can get a 5th one, like increase our max. Or make it so that each time that I deal crit, like through the beam or blight, then the next time a skeleton hits something, it's gonna deal a crit strike that also gets a 50% boost. 50% boost, to run the simple numbers, would make a 100 damage attack, a 150 damage attack. It's a big increase. More bodies, more army. I'm seeing 2 for another bone boy. Why are you doing this to yourself? Oh, sorry, Sticky, I saw your question earlier and I forgot to come back to it. What the? They all disappeared? I guess it probably just, like, was refreshing the skill doing that. Okay. I will come back to Book of the Dead at level 15, I suppose. Unless I'm misunderstanding something still. But now I've made my decision on that for the time being.
You are blessed like
Is she not gonna drop a corpse? Oh, what a bitch.
That was all of them.
I'm used to being egoed. It's not egoing. It's just sometimes I read it and then I genuinely forget to return to it.
Madman.
I have taken some inspiration from a certain pink cat for some ways for people to request games formally for stream or for video stuff.
petals, like the ones I was fed.
So I'll get back to you on that.
Is this real?
I only know of a pink fox. That's weird. I don't know no fox.
Came to thank the light.
I know a cat. Whoa, I zoomed.
You collapsed.
She posted a video this morning, like a short, from us playing Halo, where she was like incredibly lost dex increase. And I saw the opportunity for content, so I was like, okay, false. Sticky's here right now. So it was assault on the control room, and we were in one of those rooms that has the arrows on the floor pointing you where to go. And she was lost. So I saw the content, and I told her, stand in this spot, in this room. And I just sat her in like one spot in the room. And I said, now look around, False. And let me know when you see it. And she just wasn't seeing it. Like, she was spinning in circles over and over again. She didn't see a goddamn thing. And so I'm like, maybe over in that direction of the room. And then she goes over, steps on top of the arrow, and she pauses for a second and then looks at me and goes, oh, does this tell you where to go? And everyone was commenting on it, Zoro. Because apparently, the character in One Piece, Zoro, gets lost a lot. I didn't even know that. But apparently that's why. But she messages me and she's like, why is everyone commenting Zoro on this Halo video? I was like, it's Spanish for fox. But if it's not that, I don't know. Which, like, it is Spanish for fox, but it's with 2 R's, not 1. Like, everyone was commenting, so I was very confused still, even though I was like, that would maybe make sense. But then eventually, someone pointed out to her that it's the One Piece thing. Who the hell would trust a fox? Not me. Clearly. I studied mythology too much to ever trust a fox. But I did her like that. I did her that dirty because it was content. You guys don't realize, my stream, the content only comes from me like half the time. But off stream, or like when I feel like I'm off camera, I don't know why I'm so much funnier. Because I watch the shit from like False's stream, and I'm like, dude, I am a content farm. She genuinely, let it be known, chat, she farms me for content. Like, some of you probably know. If you've spent time in her chat, or you've seen like the highlight videos of the two of us doing stuff, like, she farms me for content. Constantly. And it works. Like, even beyond that Halo video, I bet if you just went and like scrolled her TikTok, like most recent videos, it would not take you very long to find another one of me. And if you scrolled more, it would not take you very long to find another one of me. I'm a content farm, but not on my own stream. I don't get it. It might be like a with other people thing, though. Like, that could be it. But I swear to God, man, like, I don't know.
Is anyone here? What are you hiding back here?
Aaron from Game Grumps is playing Tears of the Kingdom. I haven't watched Game Grumps in a while. I'm glad that they are still like around and still going. Because all I'm saying is a lot of the gaming guys from that era of YouTube are not currently still doing YouTube. Because a lot of them from that golden early era of gaming YouTube were not really the best people. All I'm saying. So I'm glad that Game Grumps are still around and that they ended up like not being shitty people. Who is resurrecting them? I do that. I get to have like a summoned army, you don't. You got like 3.7K by going to YouTube in the span of a year and a bit. Yeah, we stopped doing Twitch back in March. Like, no, like late March of 22. So like, yeah, a year and 3 months. About. Oh yeah, I have to talk to him here. Shit.
The angel.
The angel and Arius.
Key overshot lies just ahead.
We go. We go. We gotta get back to the part of the campaign that we got up to last time. I'm skipping every bit of dialogue and cutscene until then. If we've seen it, I'm skipping it.
Take a piece of holy cedar.
What do you mean you can't farm yourself for content? I think the Necromancer has an anger problem, me personally. This time I'm gonna go with the anger cast. No, the thing is like, at this point, as far as YouTube goes, I'm less a streamer that also does YouTube, and I'm more a YouTuber that also streams. At this point, the majority of growth and like traction and all that and stuff on the channel comes from videos, not from stream. That wasn't always the case, but that is definitely, it's Beardathon. That is definitely the case now. Okay, skill point. Sorry, for a second I was thinking. We could increase the decompose damage, that is. Get that weird 10% buff, get the slow, which we could do the slow if we wanted like the full, slow build, I guess. Since we've got slow on the blight, we could just increase the blight damage. And then these are new. Blight has a 30% chance to immobilize enemies for 1.5 seconds on impact. Completely freeze them in place. You and your minions deal 15% increased damage to enemies within Blight. Interesting. Makes you look 30. Hold on. You want full cam? You want the check-in on the beardathon? Oh my god. I might need my glasses. I just, like, on full cam, I saw my eye. How long has it been? 2 months? Does that sound right? 2 months, I think. See that? That's a full ass beard. Whole finger gone. And I'm like tilting my head up to the camera too. Whole finger gone. That's a full ass beard. You look even older. Yeah, I need my glasses. My eyes are gonna strain. My one eye is super red. And I didn't even see it until I went full cam. I'm gonna look homeless when it's done. We're gonna have the Duck Dynasty beard. Absolutely. Full Duck Dynasty beard, man. What are we thinking? I consider Game Grumps as OG video game content creators, yet they only have like 5 mil, while Jack and Mark have like 30 mil. The math isn't mathin' for me. Well, they were like the same era, right? Or maybe they were like a little bit later. I think Game Grumps were pre like 2012, right? Not if he watches it. I do watch it, for the record. I watch it every day, in fact. Let it be known. Like, long, scraggly beard is kind of like homeless behavior. Like, untrimmed, unstyled beard, which is what mine is currently. But at the same time, I wash it daily. I have beard shampoo in my shower that I use. It, like, literal, it's... The shampoo you use for facial hair is different from hair. It's different hair. So, yeah. Braided beard. Not happening. What are we thinking, chat? What are we thinking? I'm a beard hater? How? How? False is too, for the record. False... False has like beard trauma that she will go into if you prompt her. It's very funny. Slowing decompose upgrade. We go for the slow build. And enemies aren't going anywhere near us on this one. Not today. Not today.
So, what did you write
Whoa.
on a little piece of wood?
Oh, I do have my mount.
Well, I'm off to the dry steps.
I'm not gonna use it because I wouldn't normally have it. But for some reason I have my mount.
Sway back.
Mark and Jack have managed to keep it up well into today. And like PewDiePie, right? Maybe not. I feel like I definitely see him less. Sorry, I'm going to his channel page because like I feel like I don't see as much of him. I've mentioned before that I kind of see them as like the big three, right? Like Jacksepticeye, Markiplier, PewDiePie are like the big three OG gaming guys. Oh, I guess PewDiePie doesn't upload as much, right? Because he retired. But also, in his retirement, he was like, well, if I want to upload a video, I'm going to upload a video. So he still uploads, like 4 or 5 times a month, just looking at his channel right now. Like 4 videos a month about. Solid, like, once a week, maybe. But he does get great views every time he uploads. Also, to be fair to him. He's having a baby? I've seen. I've talked about it with False too. about PewDiePie. I'm like, dude, imagine being like, what is he? How old is he? Hold on. I looked this up when we were talking about it. Yeah, he's 33. And he retired, what, like a year ago? 2 years ago? Like a year ago, I think, is when he officially said he was retiring. So imagine being like 32 and like moving to a new country on the other side of the planet because you want to. And in the middle, or like in the planning phase of that move, you're just like, yeah, I'm retiring. Not because I need to, because I'm old or tired, but like, I just don't need the money anymore. And he's just like, yeah, if I want to work, I'll work, but like, yeah, I'm done. Like, bro, imagine. Like, that's crazy. The power of the internet. At this point, I say it's probably smart for me to do side quests. If I'm playing hardcore, I don't want to get destroyed by anything. I've done this side quest on Bear Man. So let us go side quest. Get some shit done. I'm only 17 and now I feel old. What? I mean, what False said, because False is 27. What False said when we were talking about it was like, bro, when you say that, you make me feel like I have accomplished nothing in my life. I was like, yeah, my bad. I'm talking about this guy at 32 just being like, I don't need money anymore. Like, I'm good. I did it. Don't need it anymore. And she's only 5 years younger than him. But even me, it's like, damn, dude, I'm not on track for that right now. But I mean, I guess PewDiePie would have been like my age, about maybe a little older, I guess, when he got like his amnesia boom. Or no, he probably would have been like 22, like when he played Amnesia and like had his blow up that like propelled him, right? So I guess from my perspective, I can't say that I'm behind yet, because at my age he was probably also just kind of like living day to day, just doing what he could. He probably wasn't much better off than me at 21. Don't forget your mods when you get to those heights. I mean, I've said before, because like there are some streamers, very few out there, because it's like, it's hard to be able to do it. But there are some streamers who are able to pay their mods. And it's like, I mean, yeah, if I could like afford to do that and like pay them a good amount, that it's not like, here's your monthly shillings, you know, your monthly $10, like I would, but I can't. We can get paid? Yeah, there's very few people I know that do that. I know that like Ludwig does it. You can actually look for moderation jobs online. I think Sea-Dog does it. Don't quote me on that, but I think I heard once that he does. Like some of the really big Twitch guys do like actually pay their mods like a genuine wage because they can afford to. And to be fair as well, when your chat is like, I mean, mods, think back to Cuphead last year, right? That was us sitting at like 100 to 20 concurrent, like on average. And people who modded those streams for me last year were like, yeah, those streams were a nightmare to moderate. If those guys are like on the daily for like 8 hours a day, they've got like 5 to 8K sitting in their chat, right? Like literally 50 times the scale of the Cuphead streams and for more time every day. So like at that point, you kind of earn the pay as a mod.
Arrangement I made went awry, and I was extorted by the ruffian Laskus.
Luskus.
For protection. He's camped somewhere near the pass to the northwest.
It wasn't even a
Return the
mod at the time, and those
gemstones he
streams were
stole,
wild.
and I'll
Yeah,
make it worth your
those streams
while.
were something else. Where are we going for this one? Ooh. Alright. Been a mod throughout the YouTube journey. Yeah, YouTube's been a weird one. Because also, more and more streamers right now, right now, within the last like couple weeks, are like, maybe I should move to YouTube. Because now, I mean, we were talking about it a couple days ago, but Twitch is like really starting to push people away. So now I do feel like I was genuinely like ahead of the curve on something. 10 armor difference this early is actually pretty good. Oh, there's a world event here. We can get good gear from world events. Good gear will help us to not die. Now I do feel like I was kind of ahead of the curve on the YouTube thing. But because I was ahead of the curve on the YouTube stream switchover thing, I also just had to completely like feel it out. Like no guidance, no benchmark. I was just like, shit. We'll see how this works. Like right now, like False, for example, streaming on YouTube a couple times a week. If she has a question, she just DMs me, and I have an answer. But like, I had to feel it out. I had no clue what I was doing. I feel like I was a pioneer on the full-time streaming on YouTube thing. Oh, Jesus. Okay, wait. No. God damn it. The slow is actually kind of helpful for this event. Trying to stop the sacrifices from getting up. No! To her.
I'm not ready.
Ah! That'll work. That'll do it. Look. I was able to solo the world event. Level 7.
I'm not ready. I need more essence.
All thanks to that slow. Because otherwise this would have been a nightmare. It worked. What was the film Bird used to talk about? The film. I feel like I vaguely remember what you're saying. Oh, what was that? What? He did have, like, some random shitpost movie that he was always talking about. I didn't watch it. He'd say it every time. Yeah, I can't remember it. I'll take the intelligence. If only I didn't stream midday, we would see a lot more of Bird right now. Because Bird is in law school. Which is why you don't see him much in streams right now. Although, I think he's about to be off for the summer. I don't think he is yet, but from what I think he's coming around that corner soon. I think he just mentioned like a few days ago that he had exams or something. Okay. Increased damage on decompose. Yeah, increased damage to enemies in blight. A 30% chance to completely immobilize enemies affected by blight. Or like these passives to increase my essence gauge. Chance to instantly create a corpse on damage. What is this passive? Ooh, okay. So the way that this works, chat, for my non-Diablo homies in chat, the way that this is gonna work, to open this up, we only need to put 1 point into the max essence thing. But to get this open, I mean. This one is your core skills, so my Blight will cost 3% more essence, but they will deal 5% more damage per point that we put into that passive. So I'll be able to cast it less, but when I do cast it, at full stacks, it'll deal 15% more damage. That's some good increased damage. That's why I wanted to peek at it. Because it is like, this passive is kind of shit, but the one behind it might be good, and it was the case of that. It was one of those moments. Just pile into that. Thoughts, chat? Do we go for the big damage passive increase? I have no idea what's happening. It's okay, most people don't. A lot of people in chat have not been playing Diablo, so you're not alone with that. Wouldn't get it until you have hemorrhage. We don't need the hemorrhage. We don't need it. I'm not a Diablo guy. You should be. Should be. No one's a Diablo guy until they try Diablo. Just saying. It's one of those games. All right, I'm just seeing that we go for that. Has the best essence generation. Does it have like a... It doesn't. I think this might have more... Well, okay, it kind of depends. This has the most per attack, but for general mobbing, Decompose will get way more essence just because of this. When I kill an enemy with it, it gives me 10. Plus the 6 per second, just generally. This can probably be cast out pretty fast. But it depends. This for like elites or bosses would be more. This for like general mobbing will be more. Certain uses for both, which is a good thing. Which is a good thing. I'm only seeing go for the damage. You can also get an attack speed. I did see the attack speed buff. Embrace the darkness. Here we go. Oh. I kind of like having the passive regen. This is new for me. And I'm certainly not complaining. Let me tell you. I just kind of work more around utility rather than pure damage. I am such a DPS fiend. Like, such a DPS fiend.
That spineless merchant. Ha! This will cost him dearly.
Dearly? Look at that damage, though, man. Like, I'm getting hit, and I see that I'm getting hit. Like, look at the damage. I'm used to playing Druid early game right now. I'm bad at builds. I mean, we could try doing a slightly different approach where, like, chat can kind of decide the archetype we play, but I'll do, like, the finagling from there. If that makes sense. Oh, Stream Elements just timed Jacobian out. What was that? Damage per second or damage per strike? Per second. We'll see you in 5 minutes, Jacob. The bot bopped him. No idea why. I think I know why. I think he put the periods in the DPS. And I think that the bot might have thought it was a link, like might have flagged it as being someone trying to post a link in chat and bopped him.
So, the deed is done. Excellent. I knew you would prove worthy of my trust.
Makes sense to me, at least.
I'm sure you've heard the new word as it spreads. We will no longer suffer at the hands of the lesser. Our strength, our might, our destiny is to triumph over the weak.
Would anyone... My curiosity is getting the best of me. I will fully admit. Would anyone be offended if real quick, I refunded the skill points that I've spent, and I just tried out the other two versions of, like, the darkness skills for Necromancer? Because these seem less like... I mean, I guess they are kind of spells, but these are both, like, more direct attacks, and I'm very curious about them. Would anyone be offended if I played with them for a few minutes just to see? I'm not seeing any no's. So far. My curiosity is getting the best of me. Very pure darkness. Because how many points do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I could just real quick... I'm gonna do it, okay? I'm just... My curiosity is getting ahead of me. It's a new class in Diablo. Respec is free at this low of a level. So if I'm going to play around with stuff before going back, I'm doing it now. Alright? I'm doing it now. I will go back. So this one's like I can't do attacks in town. Shit. Okay. Well, it's like a scythe. Goes out in front of me, right? If an enemy hit by Reap dies within 2 seconds, does it have damage over time? No. Okay. But if it dies 2 seconds within being hit by Reap, I'm assuming that would work if you just killed them with it too. It's weird to word it that way, but it must work like that. Gain 30% attack speed? 30? Shit. Reap instantly kills enemies below 5%. This does not work on bosses or players. 5%, like it sounds good to get insta-kills, but 5% they're basically dead anyway. Forms a corpse under the first enemy hit. Oh, can only occur once every 5 seconds. For a second I thought, that's it, that's the broken. I still like that one more. And then this one, this was the specter that flies out and comes back to me after hitting things. Sever damages enemies along its path for 25% of its initial damage. That doesn't seem bad at all. Every 4th cast of Sever makes enemies vulnerable for 2 seconds. Sever deals 2% increased damage for each minion you have upon cast. That would be 10% with the setup we got right now. But 10%, I would maybe rather get vulnerable. The best DPS option. Yeah, I just want to see the other darkness stuff, because I find it interesting that there's so much of it so early on. So I just want to experiment with it real quick. No more side quests up here? Screw it, let's just go run a dungeon. There's gonna be one place to play around and experiment with new class that I haven't played. It'll be in a dungeon. There's a lot more mob density down there. Where'd my skellies go? Do they disappear when you go into town? What? Oh, I respect. Did that do it? That's a big... Okay, so I was literally about to say that's a big AoE, but I'm not really getting much damage. And then I right-clicked. Then I used the core skill. Wait a second, chat. Wait, hold up. Let me cook real quick. Let me cook. Wait a second. Wait a second, chat. I think I found a beautiful thing here. Let them go up there and do the work for me while I just pump them with heals. This is the way. Chad, I might hijack your build. No, the numbers part of my brain is turning now. The numbers part of my brain is turning a lot. It's going burr. How dare you? Are you seeing this? Come on, it's become a true necromancer. This feels right. And like, honestly, if I just pumped the next 4 skill points into that core skill and like got all the buffs up on its damage, this thing might this might be a crazy fun setup. Like doing exactly what I was just doing, but with way more damage output. We might have found something special. And by we, I mean I. But we, of course. Because I wouldn't be playing Necromancer if chat didn't say so. So it is still we. Hello, Bleeze. How's it going? Bleeze, you're a little more of an old school guy, right? Correct me if I'm old school gaming guy. Correct me if I'm wrong. Perhaps a Diablo enjoyer at some point in life.
This might very well be my last journal.
Oh, cold resistance is nice.
I hid and listened to the screams as they were torn.
Iron Man
and devoured
slams
creatures.
Batman. I'm sure that the comments are all, like, on that post. They're all just gonna be like, oh, the Butcher! No! Okay, I'm screwed. Chat, we're dead. Chat, it's over. Ah! No! On a hardcore character? You're gonna throw the Butcher at me on a hardcore character? Bro. The dungeon was a bad idea. Our build? They vanished. You see Twitch is introducing a 70-30 split? Yes. Did you see that it's actually not a 70-30 split? Because if you go and read it, and you go and read like the fine text, it's not a 70-30 split. It's just supposed to make you think that it's a 70-30 split. So, hold on, let me pull this up, because I've been having a great time shitting on Twitch this week. And for a second, False sent this to me this morning, and I was like praising them, and then she found the fine text. And hold on, so check this out, right? Twitch has this new program. The Partner Plus program, all right? So this is their form of introducing a 70-30 split, which for the record is industry standard in content creation. Okay? For the record. Only for the first 100K. It's not even that. Just wait. So streamers in this program will get a 70-30 revenue share on subscription revenue from recurring monthly subscriptions and gift subs. This will be very important. We will circle back to this. For 12 months, up to $100,000. This is all very important. Every single bit of this. I'm going to dig into this for you in a second. To qualify, partners must maintain a sub count of at least 350 recurring paid subscriptions for 3 consecutive months. Once that happens, partners will be automatically enrolled for the next 12 months, even if you dip below the threshold during the 12-month period, okay? Now let me tell you why this is dog shit. Let me tell you why this is nothing but them desperately trying to get goodwill from the community. Let me explain this. I'll pick this apart piece by piece. First of all, let's talk about the threshold for getting in. You have to have 350 people paying a recurring subscription. They specify recurring. This means that it has to be on auto renew. So you have to have at least 350 subscribers on the channel, paying a minimum of $5 a month, and auto renew has to be enabled. and that has to hold for 3 consecutive months to even get into the program. This is only for like the top 0.1% of Twitch. Those are the only people that will ever get into this program. It goes so much, like that's already kind of not great, but it goes so much deeper, okay? That's only part 1. Part 2, like Bird said, it's up to $100,000, which is a big threshold. That is a very large threshold, okay? 100K a year is good. But what that is saying is we will give you a better revenue share until you actually start to make a lot of money, and then we're going to drop the amount that we pay you beyond that point. Which, like, 100K a year, I would love to make 100K a year. Like, at that point, I wouldn't personally complain. But why? This is kind of the big part. Is there any... I thought there was another thing I wanted to say. Yeah, no, okay, so this is the big part. There was something else, but I'm forgetting it. There was another part I wanted to dig into, but I forget. This parentheses right here. Revenue from recurring monthly subscriptions and gift subs. Also, no, gift subs were still a 50-50 back in the day. To answer Bird's question. I almost forgot to answer that. As I just explained, recurring subscriptions only means subscriptions with auto-renew enabled. So you will only get the 70% split if it is an auto-renew sub or a gift sub. This does not include Twitch Prime subs. This program as a whole only affects these 2 things. There are so many revenue streams on Twitch. Your gift subs, your recurring subs, your one-off subs, your Twitch Prime subs, your ad revenue, your bits, your donations program, your bounties program. This only affects these 2 very specific parts of your revenue stream on Twitch. You only get a 70-30 on auto-renew subs and gifted subs. Nothing else. Everything else is remaining at the 50-50 or the 45-55 that Twitch was already using before this. This is nothing but like a desperate grab to try to like get the community's goodwill back after the shit show of last week. That's all this is. It doesn't go any deeper. That is all that this is. Classic Twitch move. It's one of those things that seems really good until you actually read it. And then you're like, at that point, this is so incredibly specific that it's almost like it practically doesn't make a difference. It's so absurdly specific that it basically makes no difference. If this program was like 70-30 for the entire platform, if you were in the Partner Plus program, then we're talking. But it's only auto-renew or gift subs. Nothing else. This is dog shit. This is them being like, you can have some more money, only because you threatened to leave, but only this much. Only this tiny little bit. This is bullshit. Like, this is actually just awful. You see Kojima and Cage together? Yeah, I quote retweeted it this morning. All right, new character. This time, chat, what I was thinking last time, before I played with the Necromancer bit, but I was like, no, I'll scrap the idea. But this time, let's try, instead of us pausing for 5 minutes every single time I get a skill point, you know a lot of people don't read the fine print. Yeah, I mean, False and I only were able to catch that when we were talking about it because, like, we've been doing this for a while. Like, the majority of Twitch, let me put it into perspective, right? When it comes to YouTube, and these are crazy stats to think about, when it comes to YouTube, my channel, specifically the one we're all on right now, is in the top 10,000 channels on the entire platform. On the platform that has 2 billion channels. Mine is in the top 10,000 at the size that it is right now. False's channel on Twitch, she's in the top 1%. Like, even, we're generally considered, like, small creators, but in the scale of the ecosystem, we're not. I'm not saying we're huge. I'm saying, like, we are already way beyond, like, the majority of users, right? The majority of Twitch users, I think the stat is something like 96% of channels on Twitch have less than 100 followers. And that's channels that stream. That's channels that stream. Like, 96% have less than 100 followers. Those people are going to read the Partner Plus stuff and be like, it doesn't affect me, but this is a good thing. It's not a good thing. It's so, like, them trying to cover up, like, their shitty shit from last week. Right? That's all it is. This time, let's experiment, chat. Instead of pausing the flow of the run, like, really poorly every single time that I get a skill point, you guys pick a class, and then we'll kind of figure out, like, an archetype when we start going, but I'll do the micromanaging as we go. And we'll just see if it ends up, like, being better. Today's an experiment day with the hardcore stuff, so we've experimented with one thing. Let's get one more experiment out and then see what happens. So again, for class, we've got Barb, Necromancer, Sorcerer, Rogue, Druid. Unga Bunga Barb. Next is going to be 90-10 split when the blood rises on the 3rd day of May. The blood moon rises. There you go. Unga Bunga Barbarian. I think Barbarian, from what I've heard conflicting things. I've heard some people say that Barbarian doesn't have great build variety. I've heard some people say that it does have great build variety. I don't know what to believe because I haven't played Barbarian in this game yet. Who do you think would win? Win what? Which one is the worst? It depends. Generally speaking, worst in the early game, is Barbarian and Druid. Druid is pretty much the absolute worst early game. I've been a Druid main up to this point. I can attest, my Druid build, like my main Druid character build, wasn't even good until like level 51. I had to play like 70 hours of Druid for the build to even start being good. It's pretty miserable. Barbarian's a little better, but kind of in the same boat where the Barb doesn't get really good until you put a lot of time in. Sorcerer and Necromancer both have really strong early game, but by the late game, they're some of the weaker classes. Like, they just don't have quite the scaling to keep up with the other three. With both Barbarian and Druid, I forgot to mention, they're some of the strongest late game. Like, Barbarian is considered the absolute strongest when, like, fully built out. Druid is second to that. Like, second strongest late game. Rogue. I'm seeing one Rogue, one Barbarian so far. One Necromancer. How many options can I put in a YouTube poll? It maxes at 4. Okay, chat, instead of that, real quick, out of these 5, which one are we absolutely not playing? Just say that, and then I'll run a poll. Out of these 5, which one are we not playing? And I know that Jessica's not saying that. She's not answering that question, I mean. Druid? I think Druid is fair because I've played so much of it. If we're... That would be a fair class to cut. If we cut Druid. Okay. No Druid. I will put a poll for the other 4. And we'll go with the... I'll run the poll for like a minute. And then we go from there. I wish that I could have mods do polls on YouTube. Like on Twitch. It's one of those things. I've been passing all of my feedback along whenever I say something like this. Like on stream where I'm like, oh, I wish YouTube had this feature. Trust me, I've been passing along all of that stuff. I think you can. Can mods start a poll? Because back on Twitch, mods used to love doing polls. Be nice to Necro. I'll run that poll for like a minute. And then, like I said, from there, we'll... Like, once I kind of get in, I'll just take a peek at the skills and kind of figure out, like, an archetype to build with, and then I'll do the stuff from there. I'll do all the business. I think it's the other mod level. Oh. You have to give them, like, co-access to the channel. Yeah, so Bird, apparently that, like, mod level has been changed now. I think it was Jessica that was telling me that it no longer, like, actually gives you managing access for the whole channel. Because that's the only reason I didn't give any of the mods that level. Because I was like, no, this is dog shit. Like, why... I would love to give my mods, like, more, privileges to help manage the stream. But not if they get to manage the entire channel. Like, what? Alright, we're going with Rogue. So another class that I have not touched. Like, at all. You know, I'll go dude this time, I think. I'm not liking the Rogue dude presets. Hold on. What about these presets? You know what? Never mind. I feel like this is the best looking preset of the bunch. Me personally. I'll go with that. Hardcore. I'm going to leave campaign on still. Because I do stand by the campaign bosses are going to be the ones that are run killers. So it's more interesting to leave the campaign on. I can just skip through the campaign. Actually, I died to the butcher. What do you think, chat? What do you think on this one? Campaign or no campaign? That big city that we get to, like at the end of the prologue, the one that we got to right before I went out to do side quests, it starts you there when you say skip campaign. Like, those bosses can be dangerous, but also pacing is a little slower if we leave campaign on. Actually, no campaign this time, because again, we're experimenting with the format for the stream now. So I'm gonna do, we just did like a hardcore character with the campaign. Let's run one without, so that you see what I'm talking about. And then I'll ask after that. We experiment again. Anyone got a clever name? It's hard to do a clever name when I don't know what kind of archetype we're going for going in. The dagger tattoo on the chest is kind of crazy. Her tattoos are crazy in general. What's with the eye pointing up on her neck? Ooh. It's a weird place for that tattoo. But otherwise, you know, that one's better. The arrows are kind of nice. That one makes sense. You got some weird tattoos, lady. The only problem with stabby is what if we don't stab? You know what I mean? What if... Aren't there, like, crossbow Pocahontas? Aren't there, like, crossbow builds and stuff for the rogue? Like, what if I don't stab? It's the only poison. The only problem. My brain was thinking rogue builds that I've seen. Any good generated names? Taraka, Salma, Shada, Shooty, Stabby, Shooty. It's been decided. That fits in the character limit. That works. We're covered either way. Either way we go, we have a name. Doesn't matter what we do now. Oh, that's right. I skipped prologue. Let's go. You see? We're just here. Rigatoni. I thought my name was Rigatoni for a second, dude. I was like, that's not me. All right. I know that I don't have a skill point, but I'm trying to look at what we got. I should probably look at the core skills, right? If I'm trying to like evaluate what kind of archetype we're going for. probably smarter to look at the core skills. Barrage. Unleash a barrage of 5 arrows that expands outwards, each dealing damage. Each arrow has a 20% chance to ricochet off an enemy up to 1 time. Ricochets deal 40% of the arrow's base damage. That's a strong start. That's a strong start. Twisting blades. Impale an enemy with your blades, dealing damage and making them take increased damage from you while impaled. After 1.5 seconds, the blades return to you, piercing enemies for damage. That's also, like, that sounds like a good way to base a build, or to, like, a good skill to build off of. That's what I'm trying to say. Unleash a flurry of stabs and slashes, striking enemies in front of you 4 times, and dealing a total of 20 damage to each, potentially. Could be fun. Sounds a little more dangerous, for sure, but could certainly be fun. I'm back. We're trying something new, Mickle, where chat chooses, like, class and archetype, and then I'll build from there instead of, like, pausing for 5 to 10 minutes every time I get a point. I think it just might make for a more enjoyable stream this way. It's more like chat chooses the build than makes the build, but it's whatever. You know, everyone embellishes their titles a little bit, right? Fire an arrow that pierces through all enemies in a line. Bro, the rogue has such a stacked selection of core skills. I've read 4 of the 5, and they all sound fun. Rapidly fire 5 arrows. All 5 of these sound fun. So we have, like, a barrage of arrows, which I'm assuming I shoot all of them at once, rather than shooting them in succession in, like, rapid fire like this one. Rapid fire arrows. An arrow that pierces through enemies in a straight line. A flurry of stabs and slashes at point blank. Or impaling enemies with blades, and then the blades, like, fly back to me after a couple seconds. Change participation mode, message delay, and blocked words. How do you give managing moderator? Because if I'm giving it to anyone... Oh, YouTube sent me another thing. They want more feedback. Hold on. If I'm going to test the waters with this managing mod thing, I'm giving it to Jessica. She is the least likely... Oh, could I, like, drag and drop? No, of course not. Bro, why would you do it to me like that? I need to promote someone to a managing moderator. I need your YouTube channel link. Just make the meta build? What's the meta build? I don't even know what the meta is like. So, those are the options, chat. We need a consensus. Actually, should we do a poll again? Like a more formal poll? Hold on. We'll do it this way again. I can only poll for up to 4 options. So of these 5, we need to cut one of those options from the list, okay? We need to cut one of these off the list. We've got the barrage of arrows, like a scatter shot, I guess. A rapid fire arrow barrage. A penetrating arrow. A bunch of stabby stab. And stabby stab, but the blade flies back to me. So choose one that we're not gonna do, and then I'll pull for the other 4 to get the concrete numbers. Instead of just, like, feeling it out. Which one sounds the least fun of those 5 is more what I'm saying. Which one now? This is Rogue. Necromancer maybe died, but it's also the Butcher at level 7. Like, if you, I haven't seen the Butcher on stream before, but That looked so weird. Did I do that right? Hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to test this managing mod thing. Okay, yeah, it did work. Why die? There's a very small chance that a classic Diablo demon called the Butcher will spawn in a dungeon. And I had him spawn in the first dungeon of the run, and he's literally made to be, like, the most dangerous thing you can encounter in the game. I'll have a look at it. You might have to refresh the stream, but do you have that little plus symbol, like near the emote thing at the bottom of chat? Because I'm assuming you'll have that. Because that's the thing to, like, do polls with and stuff. Pierce the one you don't do. I think Pierce sounds fun. Is there, like, anything else that I need to be paying attention to? Caltrops. Wait. Hold on. So there's, like, marksman. What is this called? Cutthroat. So there's, like, stabby stab, bow stuff, trap stuff. Oh, there's a lot more. Oh, what the hell? Poison trap. It would take a lot of levels to get there, but caltrops and poison trap, maybe. Poison, okay, so yeah, like later down on the skill tree, there's a lot of poison stuff, including the passives and stuff, right? All right, I changed the way I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna run a poll for 4 things that I'm seeing the potential for here. Jessica's still figuring out the thing, so I'll run this poll, because also it's easier for me to think it than say it. I'm gonna... Hold on, I need to read that in a second. Let's do, I think Twisting Blades sounds interesting. I think Flurry sounds interesting. I guess like a Poison Trap setup. That one's gonna take a little more investment. Like that early game will probably be a lot slower, but I think potential is there. And the Penetrating Arrow seems great for mobbing. I'm not gonna lie. I think Mikla's crazy for thinking that sounds the least fun. But maybe that's also... I played a lot of Ranger, which is like the rogue equivalent in PoE. It's one of my favorite classes in that game. So maybe I'm seeing the potential because there's a similar skill in that game and it's great. It's only on mobile, but I have a setting cogwheel where I can go into community moderation. So yeah, I'm running that poll for a minute. Vote your pick, speak your mind, or give up all freedom with the character, I suppose. Yeah, Jessica's gonna have to figure out how the poll stuff works. Because you did... Polls were one of the things you said they could do, right? Oh wait, no, hold on. Can change community default, turn off and on live chat, change participation mode, message delay, and blocked words. So can managing mods not do polls? I'm thinking if it shoots in a straight line, it may be an issue with multiple enemies if they're not lined up. It's possible. But let's see. You might be right. I'm seeing the most votes on Poison Trap right now. I do think Poison Trap would have a rough early game. But it seems like an interesting setup. Like, caltrops are a thing. And then, like, a little trap that pops into, like, a poison bubble. I think that could be really unique compared to what I've played in this game so far. Kind of sucks that there's no way for anyone to run a poll but me, because polls on Twitch were hilarious. Having mods run polls was very funny. I'm seeing Poison Trap. Poison Trap Rogue. Who knows if that's a thing that people are playing? That's a thing we're gonna be playing. And the first couple tiers are gonna be weird. Like, what do I... we'll get there when we get there. Let me just get the character rolling before I start getting too deep into my thought here. Okay, so Rogue has something kind of like Arsenal. It's not Arsenal, but it's she. Mine is a she. Rogue gets to have a bow and like a couple of one-handed weapons equipped like at all times, and I'm assuming you just use the skills
The new militia
to
have been training night and day.
you know,
They deserve a little
do
praise,
either or.
but I can't let them see me as soft.
Those with the editor role on the
Might be a
channel
bit
can do
cheerful.
polls, but couldn't get confirmation
Easy
that
going for you.
managing mods
A boost
could or
of
couldn't.
confidence
I'm
in
guessing
themselves,
editor is like
and
my
I
role
get
then.
to go on being the hard ass. Everybody wins.
Leave it to me.
Stabby Shooty is the dumbest name. But she's great. The easiest side quest to get the character rolling.
Impressive.
It's a beautiful thing. We're on World Tier 2, right? I'm pretty sure I clicked 2. I should have
I hope
clicked
they
2.
don't get used to it.
Oh, that was actually a good chunk of XP. I'll take what I can get. Yeah, we're on 2. Sweet. Alright. Energy is like the rogue's mana equivalent. The greatest name. It's good. It's good. This one... Oh, I guess if you skip campaign, Tree of Whispers is open immediately. I didn't know that. I thought maybe... Yeah, I guess that makes sense, though.
Well, Bozan has yet to return from delivering our tithing demands to Menestad.
Menestad.
Perhaps you could sweep the roads and see what's taking him so long. The cathedral must receive its dues.
Of course, of course. The cathedral must receive its dues. Yeah, we're just gonna go out, be kind of crazy on this one, since we did the skip campaign. But skipping the campaign is also just like, it just improves the pacing of the stream. Just not having to replay like the campaign prologue and stuff every time that we die. World event. Do I dare? No. No. I thought about it. I really did. We are not doing world events at level 1. On hardcore. That's just... We're not doing that. We're just not doing that. Oh, I'm dying. Oh, I'm dying! What? They're level 5! I don't have skills! Ah! Good thing I didn't do the world event. Oh my god. If I die at level 1, we'll just run it back on the rogue. Oh, those guys were turning around. Get me a kill. That one kill got me so much XP. I don't know why they're running away. It must be like a range thing. Okay. Great start. Looked awesome. The new Assassin's Creed does not look bad. Melee attack. Dealing damage and increasing energy regen. Oh, energy regen is passive then. Quickly stab your victim for damage and shift. This is for a trap build. Throw blades at a short distance, dealing damage. Every third cast slows enemies. Ooh. Critical strikes will always slow. That might be good, just for the slow. Fire an arrow. Seeks an enemy, dealing damage, increasing crit strike chance against them. Fire a powerful arrow at an enemy, dealing damage. Every third cast makes the enemy vulnerable is a good effect as well. I think the throwing blades makes sense to me with a trap build because it slows enemies down. I'm gonna go with that. What does the enhanced get? Only channel owners? That's so bullshit. Gain 2 energy when puncture damages a crowd-controlled enemy? Not terrible. Every third cast of puncture will ricochet up to 2 times? Crit strikes always ricochet? That's the same cast that will slow enemies too. Third and third. Puncture now throws 3 blades in a spread, each dealing 35% of base damage. Hitting an enemy with at least 2 blades makes them vulnerable for 2 seconds. That sounds like the better option, I'm not gonna lie. Oh wait, if these are throwing blades, now I should immediately be in a way better spot than needing to fight up close with these bitches. And starting out at level 1 and just running out in the world, it's rough out here. Significantly better. Still, like, I'm level 2, they're level 5. But significantly better. Much safer. Stay back! Please? Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, this death evasion shit. I didn't actually do that before. Ooh. The editor's thing was for normal community pools. Okay. I'm just gonna enhance the... I'm gonna get the chance at, what's it called? At gaining some energy back. I'm gonna grab the triple blade spread thing next too, even though I could get a core skill. I'm trying to set myself up for success here, is all, chat. Just trying to set up for success. That's the only thing. We're gonna go to the potion brewer, and I'm gonna see what this death evasion elixir is. Because if it's an elixir that is going to allow me to die, but not die, it might be vital. How do I give this to you? You're an alchemist, right? Yeah. Hold on. Right click to learn it. Oh, just go to the alchemist? Oh, I genuinely thought I had to bring this back. Death evasion. Oh, I have to be level 10. For the next 30 minutes, prevent death once and become immune for 30 seconds. Or for 2 seconds, sorry. 2. Once this takes place, you cannot benefit from it again for 5 minutes. So at level 10 and above, I can start using that. Butcher jump scare. It better not happen again, man. Sorry. I know that you guys can't see my mini-map, but I'm using this to navigate to where I need to be. Renown is going to be very helpful, because if I can get just even this first tier, which is only 200 renown, so far I've gotten 50, for reference, for people who aren't playing Diablo 4 at all. I mean, just getting an extra skill point for doing enough random shit is gonna be huge. On hardcore, especially. Having an extra skill point will make all the difference. There was a necromancer here. There she is, Mindy. Wait, no, that's a sorcerer. Loana is the... Ooh. Hold on. If people are going to do the world event, I will join them. I might be level 3. Oh, it's not even active? Yeah, I'm out. See ya, bitches. If it ain't going, I don't want nothing to do with it. Go off on my own path. Side quests and shit. Some gear would be nice. Oh, yeah. Being level 3 now in a level 5 zone, I'm comfy now. Like, I'm not up to par necessarily, but I'm also using ranged for the basic skill, so, like, I'm feeling more comfy. Maybe less so against groups still. Yeah, I'm still on the back foot, for sure. But at least I'm not, like, in the immediate threat of death constantly. That's a good thing. I miss the bone boys. So far, Rogue seems like it could be a very fun run, assuming I don't throw and, like, die super early. An editor can access the live control room, which I think is where you can do polls, but it does have permissions like being able to edit everything, view channel data, etc. Yeah, I'll I'll hold on to that for myself
Indeed
then.
I am. My god turned on me, tried to choke the life out of me. All I could do before I lost consciousness was go over the cliff. I need to return to Kyovoshad and request a night escort. Please, take the tithing demands to the merchant lord Talgun in Menestad.
You got it, brother. Still a lot of trust for the sake of polls. Too much, too much. Because if managing mod was able to do it, then I just would have given all the mods managing mod. So that you guys could just do like polls and stuff, but... no. I might still, just because you can do things like put it into slow mode and stuff. Which, we haven't had, like, situations where we've needed to do that. But there are situations where slow mode is a requirement. So, in that event, it could be a handy thing. What does managing mod entail? Just a bunch of stuff that Twitch would let you do. Unfortunately, not polls apparently.
I'm so very
But, like I said, like slow mode.
Please.
Apparently just being able to disable live chat. Which does not seem like something I need, ever. Maybe in some cases, if slow mode might not do enough, but I feel like that's so extreme to just completely turn off live chat.
An arrangement I made.
Best mod could have been.
I was extorted by the ruffian Laskus for protection. He's camped somewhere near the pass to the northwest. Return the gemstones he stole, and I'll make it worth your while.
Oh yeah, member only, subscriber only, stuff like that. Where's this? Oh yeah, we did this on the last character. Live chat is like slightly less filtered. It's really, there's basically no difference in almost all cases. Like they're normally the exact same. But sometimes stuff gets filtered out of top chat that doesn't in live chat, but it's like super rare. Honestly, having the two chat modes is just dumb, especially because there's basically no difference. Man, the under-leveled rogue experience when you go straight into the open world, it's rough out here. It's rough out here.
I'm not ready yet.
Honestly, that upgrade to make this throw 3 blades instead of 1, that would help a lot.
I'm not ready yet.
There we go. Jesus. Was it this one? Yeah, 3 blades in a spread. I'll go into core skills next level, but that almost feels like a necessity right now. It really is just like, man. I'm struggling with the groups. Oh yeah, and the chance to be vulnerable if I hit with more than 1 blade as well. I forgot that was a thing. That's also actually going to be super helpful. Because vulnerable is what? It's a 20% damage increase, right? I'm not overly familiar with it, because Druid literally can't inflict vulnerable. So I'm not super familiar with it. Well, I know Bear. We're doing hardcore characters now. So, if character dies, character is dead. Just because it leads to more variety and stuff, we get to play around with more things on stream. And if a build goes bad, the build will just go bad, spiral out of control, and, like, be over. Like, we won't overstay and try to, like, really make it work like we were doing with the Bear. Because that build was just not working. And, like, from someone who's playing Bear as, like, their main build, Bear eventually comes together, but with so much playtime. We got a really good drop there, actually. Tell false about the last build. Went into dungeon. Big butcher boy appeared, said fresh meat, and then one-shot me. Level 7 necromancer down the drain, just like that. I don't think this type of gameplay would work for me. Everyone thinks that. Everyone looks at the isometric thing and is like, no, not for me. But then...
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, perma? I love the perma in these games, because, like, the fun part of the game is definitely playing around with, like, different skills and builds and stuff like that. So hardcore will just kind of, like, push you into it. We try out all the characters super fast. It's also stream content. He removed all of chat's builds so he can play with his own build and then promptly died. It was a class I hadn't played, so I was like, just let me try this thing. Let my curiosity run for a second. And then, of course, the very next thing is the butcher appearing and one-shotting me.
So,
Being bad at games is content. I still stand by it.
I knew you would prove worthy of my trust.
Yeah, I'm not taking that back at all.
A new word as it spreads. We will no longer suffer at the hands of the lesser.
Bear
Our
first
strength,
comes together with ult.
Our might, our destiny.
No.
Is to triumph over the weak.
We had the ult the other day, Mikkel. It doesn't. Like, my main build, my bear that I've been playing for, like, grinding videos and stuff, came together last night at level 51. Like, he actually started to feel good, and, like, I wasn't constantly at disadvantage in every fight at level 51. Bear is just, like, absurdly weak early game, and the only reason that people are criticizing them so hard for how bad Druid is in the early game is because back in the beta, Druid was amazing early game, but then they specifically nerfed the werebear skills. They nerfed the pulverized slam, was what it was. Like, Druid is only so dog shit in early game now because they nerfed it into that position. And it's to the point where, like, Druid is just kind of not fun early game. Like, why would you play that over other classes? You wouldn't. For a trap build, I kind of want to keep it ranged outside of traps, right? So I would probably want to go with one of these. Penetrating shot, I would want to do a whole build around rather than, like, a supplemental thing like this is. Maybe the rapid fire? I should really become a content creator. People will tell you you're bad every 5 minutes. Like, I don't know. I still get told I'm bad at games all the time. On my shorts and shit. You just don't listen. Not you telling people about me liking 13 and the heat it brung. I think I'm going rapid fire. I might respec it if it's shit. But I'm purely going with it because I want to keep it ranged. And I don't want to use something that I would make a full build around. No, this works.
Do you need help?
World event for some gear.
All alone in this
Literally play on hard mode?
place.
I play on hard mode? Have I explained this to you? I don't think I have. I play on hard mode on stream because I'm not great at games, but I'm good enough to generally breeze through on, like, a normal mode without much trouble. So I play on hard mode because if I get my ass kicked, it gives me more content. Oh, Sorcerer's coming for the carry.
I'm not ready yet.
Like, I literally intentionally cripple my own gameplay for content. So, like, that's why I will not back down on being bad at games as content. Because that's entirely the intention. Like, hardcore character, like permadeath character, it's so that I get more variation in the content rather than just sticking with a dogshit bear for 70 hours on stream. No one wants to watch a bear that can't deal any damage. Not for that long, at least. Like, it's fun for a bit. But at a certain point, you need the variety. This sorcerer is not carrying me as hard as she should be. I'm still fighting for my life over here. Uh-oh. I mean, I think I'm liking rogues so far. Now that I've got the rapid fire, throwing knives and rapid fire bow together is pretty fun. I like this. I like this class. We want bear. You might just get another bear someday. I'm not saying you won't. I mean, this wouldn't be bad this early, but like, I kind of just got a rare. And it literally, yeah, no, there's no benefit to swapping. I just don't like when battles go on for long, because people in chat go, why are you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? He's defeated, is he not? It's just, yeah. Each subsequent arrow has 5% increased chance to crit. Up to 25% for the 5th arrow. That's pretty damn good for an enhancement. Like, shit, that's pretty damn good. I can't say no. I was considering just giving damage to it, because it's a little weak, but that enhancement will probably do more for me than otherwise. What are the next things? Gain 15 energy per cast of rapid fire when it damages a vulnerable enemy. That's fantastic. That's refunding like 60% of the cost, assuming I'm using my basic and this like together, which I normally am. Or 30% increased crit strike damage for 3 seconds after you evade. That's too specific. It's gonna be the improved rapid fire. Too specific. We're not. Told me not to use fire on one boss, so I killed the boss with fire out of spite. Sometimes you gotta do it. Sometimes you just gotta do it. It's funny that this was like, oh yeah, let's play a trap build, but traps don't open up until like the 3rd and 4th skill tiers. So here we are, still just running around like tossing daggers and using bows. And we're gonna be doing it for a bit longer. Little disappointed in myself. I've never, actually that's not entirely true. I've never broken a piece of like gaming equipment, like any of my peripherals or anything, out of rage. I did have my desk from back when we did like zombies records and stuff, my old desk, that one of the legs was wonky because I used to slam my desk out of anger. I can't even use two-handed weapons. Why would you drop me that? And I slammed it so much that I knocked like all the screws out of one of the legs on the desk. But that's as bad as it ever got, and that was from like a year of slamming. It wasn't like one isolated incident. Just kind of landed wrong and now it doesn't work anymore. Just don't throw it. There better not be a butcher in here. I came back to the same dungeon because what are the odds that I find the butcher in the same dungeon 2 runs in a row? Big brain. Think about it. What are the odds, chat? Surely it could never happen. Let's see, magic dagger is good. Although I'm not really using... Anyway. The daggers might affect puncture. Actually, I'm not sure about that. These are not identical. Let's do this. For my own sake. Yeah. Yeah, good. Crit strike damage is nice. Hold on a second. God, I wish I could see what weapons they're using. I'm assuming the damage and effects from my daggers are gonna affect the throwing ones. Or the throwing skill, rather. Oh, that's interesting. What is that debuff that I have right now? I don't know what that is. I don't think I've seen that. And it worries me a bit. Maybe if we do hardcore runs like this, and this is something that people enjoy, which so far, chat, what are thoughts on doing hardcore compared to just like grinding one character for the whole series? Thumbs up or thumbs down compared to 8 hours of bear so far? A positive or a negative change? This is a survey that will affect potential future streams. I just hear slashing. But do you see a bear, False? That's the question. That's what you really... Oh, here we go. Magic items. I like hardcore, more variety. Maybe for fun shit over the summer, we could do Path of Exile hardcore, because that game is way harder and has way more build variety, and I actually am really good. I understand that game very well. I'm not good at the game, but I have a very deep understanding of it because I played way too much of it. So if hardcore Diablo streams are something people like, compared to what we were doing before, then maybe I'll do that sometime. See what people think. Chop, 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 chop. Diablo's a much simpler, more casual ARPG compared to the one that I really like to play. And I like Diablo 4 a lot for being like simpler and easier to kind of just pick up and be like, oh, brain go burr. It has the depth there to dig into. It has the depth to dig into. But on like a surface level, it's a lot easier to pick up than PoE is. Which sucks because this is the game behind a $70 paywall, and PoE is the free-to-play one. So I would love to be able to tell people like, oh yeah, try Path of Exile sometime. See if you like ARPGs. But that is not a good benchmark for like your first one to try. It's more like, if you like ARPGs, you should play Path of Exile. Rather than the other way around. Poison resist, willpower, lightning resist. That's a chess piece. Or dex. Ooh. I mean, dex, it's skill damage and dodge chance. I feel like dex is kind of a stat I want to pump on a rogue, right? Like, willpower is a great stat for druid because of overpower damage being such a big thing for them. I feel like dodge chance on a rogue is something to kind of shoot for if I can. Dex might be a good thing. Diablo is greater. Mikkel, once you've gotten your fill of Diablo, like once your strong urge to grind Diablo wears off, you should definitely try Path of Exile. Like, now that you know that you like ARPGs and you've got a basic feel for them, try the big boy. Because like I said, it's free. Like, that one, I wouldn't recommend it to someone who hasn't played the genre at all. But since it's free, if anyone does like an ARPG, I'm going to recommend it to them. But also, the style sepper is called isometric.
I'm not ready yet.
That's what this perspective is called. Like the weird kind of like diagonal 2D, 3D thing. It's called isometric. Gibberish.
I need more time.
I think PoE is on Xbox. I know it has a PlayStation port. And, like, I know that, what's it called?
I need more time.
Like, I know that the console version will definitely not play as smoothly as the PC version, but, like, that's the same for Diablo. It increases crit damage. I feel like I kind of want to stick to daggers. Yeah, because I want the damage to close enemies for when I'm using my basic skill. Because I am getting in closer to use it. Because of the... If I hit 2 or more of them on a single target, like out of the scatter shot, it makes them vulnerable. Makes them take more damage afterwards. So the close damage will benefit me a lot. So many cool games I'll never get to play. That's the thing with consoles. The thing with PC is like, well, now Sony's doing like launch exclusives, but they're putting them to PC eventually. So now, like, the only games you're not getting on PC, really, it's just like Nintendo's stuff. Like Nintendo's first-party stuff is all that you're really not getting on here. It's a nice spot to be in. But on Xbox, you do get Starfield. And Starfield looks like it's gonna slap. That big showcase they did the other day. Look, chat, I am the biggest, like, Bethesda skeptic. If you've heard me talk about expectations for Starfield in, like, the last month, I've always said that I have the lowest expectations for it. I watched that showcase they did where they literally showed, like, an hour of gameplay and talked about how the game works and stuff. And now it's probably, like, one of, if not just my most anticipated game for, like, late this year. That game looks incredible. And that's gonna be Xbox's first, like, big game that, PlayStation's not gonna get. That's gonna be, like, the first big Bethesda game, and even just their first game of the generation, that's gonna be, like, it's gonna hurt Sony, the fact that that game is not on PlayStation. We're starting to see that turnaround that I was talking about, like, a month ago. Where I was saying, like, Xbox has all these studios, but they bought all the studios, like, 3 years ago. So you're not seeing all those games come out yet. But they're gonna come out at some point, and then it's gonna feel like Xbox suddenly has games again. Like, we're getting to that corner right now. Like, we're turning that corner right now. Where Xbox exclusives are actually gonna start to go hard. And there's gonna be a lot more talk about, like, which system has the better games. I could go down and grab Caltrops. You're forgetting something? What am I forgetting? Spider-Man? Is that what I'm forgetting? Dash sounds fun. I didn't even look at that before. Would this be like an evasion move that I could use too? It's on a 12-second cooldown. It's almost like a dodge that deals damage. Maybe I'll just wait for Poison Trap and I'll take dash instead. I'll think about it. I might just pump rapid fire damage for now. I don't feel like I need more skills than this early on. Hi-Fi Rush stopped for Spoken, but neither of them were really... I'm talking more like system sellers, you know? Like your Spider-Mans, your God of Wars, your Halos, your Starfields. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, Hi-Fi Rush and Forspoken were both releases, but neither of them were very big. Hi-Fi Rush looks good. I don't know if I would necessarily love it, because it looks like DMC, but dumbed down a lot. And the whole time I would play it, I would probably enjoy it, but just be thinking to myself that I kind of want to play DMC 5 right now. Like, I feel like that's what would happen if I played Hi-Fi Rush. Attack speed is going to be really nice on a rogue. Hello, boys. Hello, boys. Whoa, whoa. Slow down, boys. Okay. I don't see Xbox getting any better. I look at Nintendo and I feel the same thing will happen. Dude, like, I don't know. Did you see the showcase earlier this week, Belize? Because, like, Xbox also has Persona now. That's like an unexpected grab of theirs, but they grabbed it. I'm trying to think. There was so much stuff. Fable. They just revealed a new Fable game. They need something great with a new system. Starfield, I think, is going to be that first, like, great game that is going to be like, oh, wait. Maybe I need an Xbox. For, like, PlayStation people. Because the thing with Xbox games is that they do also come out on PC. But, like, among the console crowd, it's going to be that first game that, like, PlayStation people are like, shit, I wish I had Starfield. I feel like that's going to be, like, the start of this turning point for them. Persona is, like, it helps. It's definitely not as big of a grab as, like, Bethesda, right? But, like, Persona helps. That's a pretty well-known game. Granted, it's one of those games that, like, for every person that plays Persona, there's, like, 5 people who know about it who have never touched a single one. It's one of those franchises. Kind of like Silent Hill is, right? Like, for everyone who plays and enjoys Persona, there's, like, a bunch of people who have never touched it, even though they know about it. But it's a grab. I don't want Starfield anyway. I'm a delusional PlayStation owner. And that says something about it. It was easily the biggest showcase of the year. Hold on a second. Let me pull up the lists because it was huge. Like, there was so much good at the Xbox showcase. Here we go. Everything revealed at Xbox Games Showcase. Oh, Avowed, which is a new game from Obsidian, who are the developers of Fallout New Vegas, if you don't know them by name. So the guys who made New Vegas have a new RPG that's coming to Xbox. 33 Immortals, which is a new indie title that they picked up, but it's pretty much Hades, but you join into multiplayer lobbies where there are 33 people all in the run, and as you go through the run, everyone is making their own builds, but also every time that someone dies, they get dropped from the run. Like, it looks really cool. I think I'll probably be playing that when it comes out because it looks so goddamn fun. Cyberpunk DLC. I think Cyberpunk DLC is going to be on both systems, but it's worth noting that Microsoft has CD Projekt Red now. So probably like The Witcher 4, if I had to anticipate, will be an Xbox game. Stuff like that, right? Like, that's going to be big. Oh, Lies of P is not coming to PlayStation now because Xbox picked up that new, like, Bloodborne-looking Souls-like. Hellblade 2 is going to be a smaller release, but that game also looked great. I'm just literally reading through this list of games they revealed, and there was so much good stuff. Like, it was easily the best games showcase of the year so far. It was easily the best. And, like, between Xbox and PlayStation, which one would I get? If I were choosing with what's out right now, currently I would choose PlayStation. But it's just going to be one of those, like, snowball things, right? Where, like, if they just unveiled all of that in one showcase this year, like, that's their new stuff for this year, what's going to be their new stuff next year? What's going to be their new stuff in 2025? Like, I think Xbox in the coming years is really going to be competitive with first-party stuff. Like, currently, as is, I would pick PlayStation just because of the games. But definitely, I think, like, by 2025, Xbox's library will probably be just as big with, like, system sellers.
I'm not ready yet.
What are these boots? Cold resistance? But they had a great showcase. Even if you just go and watch the Starfield Direct, the system has a lot to do with it. If exclusives were not part of the equation, I would buy an Xbox. Because it's just a stronger system, like horsepower-wise and everything. More games run better in like the graphics mode. I don't know what it's called, like the 4K, like higher settings modes. More games run smoother in that mode on Xbox than on PlayStation. So if we took first party out, I would go Xbox. If I were in the console market right now.
I need more time.
PlayStation, I would go with PlayStation just because of like Spider-Man and God of War, pretty much. Because a lot of PlayStation's big exclusives don't really do much. Like Last of Us for me,
I'm not ready.
I don't really give a shit about The Last of Us. You guys can have The Last of Us. Especially after that first PC port from where I'm sitting right now. Yeah, you guys can have it. I don't want it.
I need more time.
The damage on this is already way better than on the Bear Man. Not to be that guy constantly comparing, but like, this boss is going down a lot easier than with the Bear.
I need more time.
Oh, shit. Booyah. Okay, I almost got dropped a couple times, but damage reduction from close enemies is fine. Damage to distant enemies is actually good. It would be better on a bow, for sure. But I will take it. Oh. The occultist is already open to me. We don't want it either. People don't buy entire systems because it has a couple games they really want to play. It's usually compatibility with friends and price. That's true. A lot of games nowadays are cross-play. Like when I was growing up, it definitely was true that you bought a console, not really because of the game. Actually, that's not true. With like the Xbox One and PS4 gen, that was, a lot of people bought PlayStation, like my age at the time, because more people were buying PlayStation and like they all wanted to play COD together, right? But when I was really growing up in the 360 and the PS3 generation, playing with friends was a huge part of it, and most kids had an Xbox 360 because on there, you had Halo and you had Gears of War. And those were huge multiplayer games during that generation that were selling those systems.
Even seemingly mundane objects sometimes contain great power.
Game should not have gotten Game of the Year. What, Last of Us 2?
The process will break down the original object, leaving
I think Last of Us 2 looks like a good game, but it's not a game for me.
ripping the soul from one body and transferring
And it came out the same year as Doom Eternal.
Not that I would ever dream of such a thing. Certainly not within earshot of the cathedral.
Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but Doom Eternal didn't win a single award that year. Not one. Not a single one. It didn't even win Best Soundtrack. You know why? Because The Last of Us 2 won Best Soundtrack over Doom Eternal. Let it be known. I'm still salty about it. And that's completely valid, because that was bullshit.
Father bless.
Never liked The Last of Us. It's just like the story is good, but I want a game. Like I want some meaty game. I joke a lot about Asmongold having terrible opinions, right? Because he is like me in the way of like he just has a never-ending selection of hot takes. I empathize with him in that sense. I'm gonna go way down here because I know there's a bunch of dungeons and stuff down there for leveling. But Asmongold's hot takes are wild. He's like me. But he has one really good take. And I just heard this like last week maybe. Where he said even a game that's only like 5 hours long and is single player will make its own replay value if the game is just good. And like The Last of Us, for me, I can't replay The Last of Us over and over again. Because like the story is great, but I don't want to like replay The Last of Us just because I enjoy the shooting and the stealth. Because the shooting and the stealth just isn't very good. Like, just me? Is this a bad take? I don't feel like it's the worst take, but it might be one that people kind of disagree with. I want to go back and get a potion real quick. For the XP buff, mostly. Should have gotten Story of the Year, but the gameplay was not worthy of Game of the Year. I would agree with that for sure. But I definitely felt that with Doom Eternal. Granted, Doom Eternal, for me, was like 15 hours on my first playthrough. But I played like 80 hours of that game during its first year. Because it was just so fun to start again. Just start up a new save file and play that game again. Because the moment-to-moment stuff you did was so enjoyable. Like, that gameplay loop was so well crafted that I wanted to play it again and again. You know what I didn't give a shit about in Doom Eternal was the story. It didn't matter. Like, it was entertaining the first time. Every other time after that, it was like instant skip. I just wanted to play the game. Like, that game was so good that it made its own replay value. I mean, hell, Diablo 4. You aren't playing this game for the story. You're playing it to do what I've been doing for the last, like, 45 minutes. You just run around and kill things, because killing things gets you skill points and gear to get you stronger so that you can kill more things. It's just so fun to kill things that you just do it for hours on end. And once you finish the game, you'll do it again. Elden Ring has been the game I put the most hours into, and I still continue. Elden Ring's any Soulsborne is a great example of it. Like, those stories are great because of, like, lore and stuff. But, like, you're not replaying Dark Souls and Elden Ring over and over because you love the lore so much. It's because you just like playing the game. Like, that's a really good example of, I don't know how I didn't think of that one. I have like 70 hours in Dark Souls 1, and I have like 200 in Elden Ring. And honestly, streaming Dark Souls 2 the other day was a blast. Even the worst of those games, I just thoroughly enjoyed playing that game the other day on stream. Those 4 hours went by in the blink of an eye. I was like, wait, I have to stop playing? I have to go back to working on stuff? That sucks. I don't want to do that. Honestly, this setup, just with these two skills, very fun. I'd actually play Elden Ring for the lore. You play Elden Ring for the lore like once or twice so that you can like dig into it on like a good thorough playthrough. Like everyone does that. But then you replay Elden Ring just because you want to like play with a new weapon. Because just playing a new weapon on a replay of Elden Ring changes the whole thing. Flurry will still work with a crossbow, right? Oh, crossbow gets vulnerable damage? Oh, dude. We just found the Winergy. Crossbows are absolutely the way to go with this build. This gets crit strike damage. more than that did. It's just an objective upgrade. Yep, it works with crossbows. Okay, we found the Winergy. I have a skill that's inflicting vulnerable. And then, hold on. I did it by accident, is the funny part. This gets me energy back if I use it on a vulnerable enemy. Oh, hello. Where did you all come from? And the weapon that I'm using the rapid fire with gets a buff of 6% against vulnerable enemies. On top of like the 20% that just comes with the effect. Whoa! Whoa! Being frozen there almost just nuked us. Right as I was starting to be like, okay, it's coming together. Oh, I almost just got popped right there. I love getting deep into details of a world and lore and stuff. But yeah, but like I'm saying, you do it like the first couple times. But then, like on your third or fourth playthrough of Elden Ring, you're not playing at that point just to like see the lore in-game again. You know what I mean? Like at that point, if you're playing Elden Ring like 4 times, that ain't for the story. Elden Ring's lore is great, but it's not that great. And I say that as a big fan of Elden Ring's lore. But honestly, if you're gonna play a Souls game for the lore, play Dark Souls 1. The original Dark Souls easily has their best lore. For me still. Nothing beats it. If you're playing a Souls game for the lore, play that one. Or Demon Souls. I still think Demon Souls is up there for me in terms of like the lore and the story. I think that game was really unique.
Let's have a look at you,
My goals are beyond your understanding.
Buckles need
All Resident Evil games too.
This leather's cracked.
Yeah.
What have you been getting yourself?
Mario 64 was the first one I played that made me awe at the way it was playable in 3D. Mario 64 was such a good game. Like I even back in what 2020 when they dropped the All-Stars collection. Dude, I got All-Stars like every single one on Mario 64 twice when they put that shit on Switch. And that, I didn't stream that game. That was before I was doing variety streaming. That was when I was niched down. I was just playing that like in my apartment because I had my TV set up across from my bed and I had my Switch docked on my TV. So like when I was going to sleep at night, I would turn on the Switch and just like play a few levels of Mario 64 right before I went to sleep on the TV. It was glorious. I bought the All-Stars collection and dropped it after 30 minutes. That's crazy, man. Have you ever tried Sunshine, Sepper?
I expect you'll also want some of my elixirs. But let's focus on your healing potion for
Because honestly, when I replayed...
I have some extra material.
Or sorry, when I played the All-Stars collection, I had played 64 and Galaxy before, but I had never played Sunshine. And Sunshine is now my favorite Mario game. Like, I think Super Mario World is the best, but Sunshine is my favorite. Sunshine is awful. You're crazy. Couldn't get past the Piranha Baby boss? Isn't Piranha Baby in, Oh, is that Sunshine? I thought that was... No, Galaxy just has a Piranha. Sunshine is like the Piranha Baby, right? But Galaxy early on has like a Piranha boss too, I think. There's a cellar over here and I need the gear. Oh, I don't want swords. I'm using daggers, I forget. Like Ninja Gaiden or Batman, some of them were hard as hell. I've wanted to play Ninja Gaiden Black really bad. I've never played those, but I really want to. I like the vibes of Sunshine though. Sunshine is really, dude, Sunshine for, it was my favorite purely because of Flood. Like, just the movement potential of what you could do with like the water abilities with Flood made that game. It was so good. Because Sunshine really is, it's Mario 64, just like with different levels and way more movement tech. I don't know how people don't like Sunshine. It's actually like wild to me because it's just so good. The armor increase is too good on that. I gotta give up the Dex buff as much as I wanted it. I have more hours on Sunshine's OST than the game. Well, let's not be crazy here. The best Mario soundtrack is Galaxy, right? Like we can all agree that Galaxy has the best soundtrack of any Mario. When did I equip that sword? I didn't mean to. I just saw it in my hand and I was like, what am I doing? I don't want swords because I want the close damage buff from the daggers. What's the sword's inherent again? Damage to, or no, crit strike damage. Like, it's good. Odyssey? No. You're crazy. It's good. But I don't think Odyssey breaks my top 3 for Mario soundtracks. It has a couple, like, absolute bangers, to be fair. But, like, Galaxy is entirely made up of bangers. 64 I wouldn't put in my top 3 either. But you gotta give it credit for, like, every single Mario 64 track is, like, iconic as shit. Like, if you heard it in the background of the music of like a YouTube video, you'd immediately know that it was Mario 64 music. Sunshine's in my top 3. That game has a lot of good tracks.
I need more time.
Super Mario World, I would also have to put up for the iconic thing. Like, it's the same thing I just said about 64. Is like, you hear that in the background of like a YouTube video or some shit, you know that that's Mario World music. Anyone ever played Navy SEALs Online? They started the whole COD gaming. The start of the COD gaming, start of COD gaming is kind of weird. Because has anyone here played a COD game pre-Modern Warfare? Like just Call of Duty 1, 2, or 3? Because it's a weird experience. I think I want to stick to the crossbow. It was so different from literally everything that they ever did afterwards. It's kind of crazy. Like, their old formula was so different. I haven't even heard of Navy SEALs Online, though. I've heard of, like, SOCOM. Oh, okay, I just got the orange number. And I know what the orange number is now. I think Jessica Googled it and found something that said that it was, like, just whatever the most damage you deal, like, in a certain amount of time is. But that's not it. The orange damage numbers are when you get a crit and an overpower on the same attack. That's the orange. I'm actually getting a lot of overpower. Where is that coming from? What is proccing overpower so much? Oh, is it a lucky thing? I don't know. I don't know where the overpower is coming from. SOCOM D's nuts. Oh, you meant SOCOM. Yeah, I know about SOCOM. SOCOM! I've never played it. But would I be correct in saying it was kind of like multiplayer Ghost Recon back in the day? From what I understand. Like PvP Ghost Recon, I mean. Or maybe... Yeah, I would say Ghost Recon. I was gonna say maybe like Rainbow Six back then too, but... Rainbow Six kind of had its own thing going. I actually love the original Rainbow Six game. If anyone here has ever played that game, that shit is a blast.
I'm not ready yet.
The absolute OG. You can actually buy it on Ubisoft's like PC launcher too. Like with the DLC included. I think they charge like $10 for it. But you can actually just like on their digital storefront go and buy the original Rainbow Six. Which is awesome because most games are not like that anymore. Like the first couple Diablo games, you can't buy them on Battle.net. They're both on like GOG instead because I guess Activision Blizzard just was like, yeah, we don't really want to sell the old Diablos, honestly. It's like, okay, whatever. I went and bought them on GOG. To be fair, they have like the Diablo 2 remaster on Battle.net, I guess. But like the original, if you want to get that just for like, you know, having it, because you know me, I like having all that stuff. You got to get it on GOG. That's a dex buff. The 1% attack speed is not enough for me to feel bad about giving it up. I would rather get like a very, very small increase to dodge chance than attack speed. I love this totem or whatever it's called, the one that makes you hit super fast and do the holy arrows. I wonder what the first class they're gonna add to this game is gonna be. Honestly, I just want the armor out of the hood at this point. If it's not like a stat that I really care about, I'll just take the armor. If it was Dex, I would be paying more attention to it. You don't need to pay a ton of attention to what you're slotting in until you're up to the rares. The magic items are like, it's nice to pay some attention, but they're not make or break tier. They're small buffs. They help, but they're not gonna massively make or break your build. Like rare and legendaries. We should grind dungeons right now for legendaries. I'll carry. No. You need to do your capstone dungeon, sir. You need to get into world tier 3. You gotta keep your priorities straight. One more skill point until I can go down and actually get poison trap. I might grab dash instead of caltrops. I think having dash would maybe be better. What's the temp like where you're at? It is 69 degrees today. Which is actually pretty nice because I have to be outside all afternoon after stream. So I'll take it. Not all afternoon, but like until the evening. I have to be outside for a few hours after stream. So there's an event that I'm expected to make an appearance at. And I reluctantly agreed. During my Diablo grind period. I was gonna say week, but the game has been out for more than a week and I'm still grinding the shit out of it. It's such a grindable game, Diablo 4. Really any Diablo, to be fair. Like when I first played the original, I grinded straight through that shit. Even though it's old and clunky as shit. ARPGs are just way too easy to play for like hours at a time. Way too easy to just lose track of how many hours you're playing, man. I'm just gonna drag down here. Now that I pumped the shit out of my core skill, which I feel like is something that I'm kinda just gonna start recommending that people do, is like, don't really pump many of your skills. There will probably be exceptions with certain builds. But the only skills that I feel like are worth like putting 5 points into is really your core skill. Maybe there will be some builds where like pumping your basic will be worth it. Probably not many. Most other skills beyond this point, they just shorten the cooldown of them. And like, you can do that through gear. You don't need to do that through the skill tree.
I'm not ready yet.
I feel like pumping my core skill to max is always worth it, and very infrequently pumping other skills is worth it. From what I've seen of 4 so far.
Not ready yet.
With my, I really haven't branched out of Druid. For Druid at least, it's the case that like, it's really not worth pumping skills that aren't just your core. Your bread and butter sort of skills. Like rapid fire here. As soon as we hit June, we hit 100 for 10 days. Where the hell are you, Texas? Actually, probably. Said it like as a joke, and then as soon as it left my mouth, I was like, that actually sounds like Texas. Crit strike chance is good. 1% doesn't sound like a lot. But that's roughly 1 in 100. So if I can bring my crit strikes from being 1 in 100 to 2 out of every 100, I'll take that damage. I won't lie. I like the sounds of that. Houston. Sounds about right. I almost moved to Texas twice. Never happened. Neither time did it happen. But I almost ended up in Texas twice.
I need more time.
I was planning on rooming with a buddy in, oh, what was that town? It's a smaller town. Can't remember the name of it. Shit. Hold on. What is this? What is the town I'm thinking of? Oh, Abilene. I almost went to Abilene to room with a buddy there. Like after I finished school, that was a plan for a while, but then he ended up not staying in Abilene. And then, my girlfriend at the time in Florida, after we both finished school, she was like, we should move back to Texas. And I'm like, I don't want to move to Texas, but nice to visit, but I'd melt if I lived there. Yeah, I can't do hot, man. Like, staying in Florida would have killed me.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, I moved back to Texas because she was from Dallas. I forgot to even say that part.
I'm not ready yet.
79 Fahrenheit here. I hate it. We've had it pretty warm for the start of summer. Like, we were in the 90s for a good few days. Today is like, I didn't think it would be in the 60s when I looked over. Today is weirdly cool as far as like the last couple weeks have been. The girl is worth it. I might move to Texas. Maybe the only way. She would have been. That plan turned into, let's stay in Florida. No girl is worth that. No girl is worth that.
I need more time.
Ain't no way you're getting me to live in Florida again. I might visit. As long as we're not visiting Orlando. I don't think I can ever set foot in Orlando.
I need more time.
I don't think I can even stomach that city for the rest of my life. Because, like, now, even if I go to Disney, I know how shit Kissimmee is, like as an area in Orlando. So even if I'm in like that one little pocket of Kissimmee, where like it's Disney, like the part where you literally can't even see the city outside of you, I still know where I am in the city now. If I ever go back to Disney,
I need more time.
I don't think I could do it. I don't think I can go back to Orlando. I love that world events can spawn in dungeons in this game. I don't know if I've said that before, but I absolutely love that world events can spawn in dungeons in this game. The cold resist is honestly way better than the willpower. Well, she's a supermodel who thinks she's ugly, who comes from family wealth or something. It is oddly specific. Weirdly specific. We get all seasons and close to the ocean. Do you get proper winter in Houston? Do you get proper winter? Does Houston have the infrastructure to not shut down when it snows? This is an important question. This is a very important question. I got the new Discord username thing. Yeah, I got to reserve mine like a good while ago, so I'm very happy. Because I was able to reserve both Chol and not Cole Draculich. So it worked out really nicely for me. Through email or in-app? I got mine through email. Where do you reserve it? I think I got to reserve one early because I'm not a Discord partner, but I'm an owner of a community server. I think that's why I got it so early, because I reserved mine maybe like 3 weeks ago. 3-4 weeks ago. A good while ago I reserved mine. Like my time frame is pretty bad, but 3 or 4 weeks, that sounds about right. My time frames are like notoriously bad, but I'm pretty confident in 3 or 4 weeks. Decided that I'm buying air conditioning. In the UK, like I don't know how expensive it really is. Because I know that generally the reason people don't buy it is because it's expensive there. But it sounds like it's worth it. It sounds like I would need it. Very expensive. Like here, in Minnesota, both heating and air conditioning are really affordable. Because A, it's the US, and like, it's just generally standard in the US. At least air conditioning is, heating isn't, depending on where you live. But in Minnesota, heating is standard. And we get the extremes in both seasons. Like in the winter, we go down to like -30 for a couple days a year. And in the summer, we get up to like 110 a couple days a year. So like, we get both extremes to the point where like, both are standard in housing here. Thank God. So it's pretty affordable here. It's not even just to install, it's the maintenance. Yeah, the maintenance will do it. I don't think I need to double up on traps. I think getting a dash ability that also deals damage would be nice, and I can grab poison traps soon. Worth the investment? I feel like with how bad it sounds to not have it in the UK, it might be worth it. I'm gonna grab dash. And if not, I'll respec it. It only costs 6 gold to respec a skill right now. I'll see how nice it is. Oh! I love it. It's not going away. I love it. Oh, he's doing the lightning druid build that I kind of was talking about a bit ago. As I was saying that I think lightning druid sounds really fun. Oh, and he has wolves too. It's a trial just getting a place to live. That's everywhere in the US right now. Like, genuinely. Our housing market is so bad. It was like that in Florida when I moved, and it's been like that here for the whole last, like, year that I've lived here again. Just, the housing market is in such a bad way in the US right now. Renting or buying. Both are absolutely awful right now. Like, just so bad. Oh, we got a bonus skill point. I feel like I need to grab Poison Trap right now. Because it's like, I can get it. Literally, the build is based around it. I just want to see what this is. Enemies damaged by dash take 15% increased crit strike damage for the next 5 seconds. That will be good. I'm going to pick up Poison Trap. It's what the build was made around. I can get it right now at level 12. My brain is so fried from the heat. Spent 15 minutes staring at my work screen and not doing much else. I don't think I would want to live in Canada. Because genuinely, and this is not a dig at Canadians, 2 of my closest friends live in Canada currently. And both of them are trying to move to Minnesota as soon as possible. Because Canada is pretty much just Minnesota without, like, US. Like, our federal government. Like, Minnesota is, like, I can't believe it's not Canada. It's like the margarine of Canada. Like, genuinely, we, culturally, infrastructurally, we are, like, the same thing. Being hot makes me not able to think straight. It really, I hate being, like, too warm. Awful. I will freeze my ass off before I will sit in, like, 80 degrees for an extended period of time. I hate it so much. I'm more interested in escaping the federal government. Yeah, both of them really don't like, Canada's government. That's why they're trying to move away. So ultimately, it's just kind of your politics. For me, it's like, it's basically the same. I grew up in Minnesota, so I might as well stay. Like, if that's kind of my next best, I'll just stay here. It's a lot easier to not immigrate to another country. I can just stay here. I'm a born citizen here. Oh! Oh, wait a second, chat. You seeing this? Wait, it kind of just all came together all at once. You seeing this? They aren't gonna like US either. I feel like you're never gonna like the federal government wherever you live. I feel like it's just kind of one of those realities of life. Oh my god. Stabby shooty. Definitely the strongest early game build, now that I've got all this working together, that I have played. 'Cause, yeah. Wow. I burnt up my arms a couple weeks ago, didn't use sunblock, paid for it for a week. Yeah. Dude, I used to sunburn so easy as a kid. And then, like, by the time that I was, like, 14, it just kind of stopped. I lived in Florida. And I would go to, like, Daytona Beach, this one beach over in Tampa, whatever. And I would not sunburn. I haven't worn sunscreen in a long-ass time. I should wear it. I'm not saying it's a good thing that I don't, but I haven't.
I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. Now to get this thing back to Minnesota and collect my due.
That is a good helmet. That is a good helmet, Mikkel. Because I've had a piece of armor have that, like, barrier effect on it before. But mine was much more specific. That's, like... That's actually just every time you damage an elite. That's so good. Please wear sunscreen. I have to be out this afternoon, like in the sun. Although, for like the weather, like the thing, it says hazy, which I don't really know what that means. What is hazy? Like, it doesn't say cloudy, it says hazy. Oh. Does it have something to do with the wildfires? I was outside this morning and I could smell the smoke. It was a pungent, smoky smell outside this morning for sure. That might be what it is. Is that what it is? Is that what haze would entail? Just open your window when it gets really hot. When I was younger, I never used sunscreen and never had an issue. It's so weird. Is it just like, does your skin have like a tolerance to the sun? Like, is that what that is? I don't get that. All right, full transparency. I gotta stand up for a second. I gotta adjust my voice. I'll just tell it how it is. Good old pocket maneuver. My guys know what I'm talking about. It's all about the pocket maneuver. I'm in jeans. Sitting in jeans for like 4 hours. It happens. Jeans and boxers don't get along. Just had to adjust my voice. Thanks for the info. Look, I'm not gonna bullshit. Like, what am I gonna do? Stand up and be like, oh, I'm doing nothing. You all know what I'm doing. Shit happens when jeans be creeping. Yep. The guys in chat know what I'm talking about. It's not comfy. I could have ignored it. I could have not brought attention to it. But my comfort is more important. Just stretching, don't mind me. Yeah, no one's falling for that shit. If I try to act like I'm just stretching out a little, no one's believing that. That is all of my veiled crystals. Could have blacked the screen for a second. Oh no, weird stream glitch. Yeah, as you can hear that I'm standing up because my mic starts to echo more. Yeah, you would know.
Unexpected.
I'm not bullshitting. Not interested in bullshitting. I'll tell it how it is. Just upgrading gear because I don't want to die. I like how this is coming together. So like I'm taking a little revisit.
The cold bite you too hard.
If you didn't say it, I wouldn't think about it. Maybe that's all the guys would know. Every dude in chat would see what I'm doing and they would know for sure. But maybe less so for the women. We'd know. The guys would know. You know the pocket maneuver when you see it. Like, you ever just at like a group event and you kind of gotta wait for like the people around you to like turn a blind eye real quick and you go for the pocket maneuver subtly? It happens. Jeans and boxers, man. They just don't get along. And it's not even like TMI. It's like my boxers got pulled up like all the way because I've been sitting in a chair for 3 hours. It's not even like TMI. It's not like I have to reposition them. I'm fixing my boxers because they're uncomfortable when they're all rolled up at the top. That's not even like TMI. It is no different from adjusting a bra that may be slipping. Ball wedgie? Kind of. Not really even. The worst part is like at the very top of like your thighs. Like it rolls up into there and it just gets like uncomfortable when it sits in there. That's the part that sucks about it. Why would you sit for hours wearing something uncomfortable? What, jeans? I had jeans on because I was outside this morning. I'm normally not wearing jeans on stream. Like, I have stood up before for like a drip check on stream, and I've been wearing like Star Wars pajama pants. Like, normally on stream, I'm rocking my negative drip, or I might have like my Cloud Strife, like, baggy ass pants. I've had enough conversations about balls. It's not about the balls, it's about the boxers. Come on. I say readjust my boys just to be funny. Damn, that damage is good. Also, this game is great. Like, the damage from just the core and the basic skill together. Oh, the trap stays there. Neat. It's making me neglect that I have the poison trap.
I need more time.
The bigger the group, the better with that. Like, that damage is so good that I'm genuinely forgetting what the point of this entire build was to begin with. I gotta emphasize the trap. Here we go. Oh my god, he ran just out of it.
I'm not ready.
Of course. Aren't supposed to go anywhere. You might need to resize if you're adjusting it too often. Yeah. But it happens. With boxers, it's just like, they're loose. Jeans are a little more snug, a little more slim fit. So, like, the jeans just pull up the boxers. With, like, when I do this, like when I adjust in my chair, they might move a little. And with enough time, not comfy. I might get that enhanced dash. Or maybe it might make more sense to pump Poison Trap up right now, just because it's like kind of it's supposed to be the centerpiece of the build. Knocks down enemies for 1.5 seconds when it activates is actually good. If I did pump this, it would increase the damage too. I might pump 2 skills up to 5. Guess you need some boxer briefs. I've got some boxer briefs. I don't like them as much. I have boxer briefs. Never mind. I was about to explain why see, different boxers for different occasions, right? If me standing up to adjust my boxers with TMI, that one would have been that would have been too much info. Huh? What did I come into? Boxer talk. It's an important thing. Underwear's an important thing. We've all got our opinions on underwear. We have to. No one wants uncomfortable underwear. Much balls. There is a specific event in my life that made me purchase a few pairs of boxer briefs. That is all. That is all that I was just gonna tell that story, but I feel like it's now worse. Now I might just now I feel like I've said enough that it's almost worse if I don't say it. I'm really good at this. It was in college. I went to class. As I typically did in college, in like the most casual clothes. Like, I was not dressed to impress when I went to like my 10 p.m. night class in college. I was dressed to get through that shit. And one day, I showed up wearing a nice, comfy pair of gray sweatpants and standard boxers. And a friend of the female variety made a comment, and I was like, that was kind of uncomfy. And I bought a few pairs of boxer briefs specifically for when I am wearing sweatpants.
I'm not ready yet.
That is the story. That's all. It's not the craziest story. Ever wore men's thongs? I personally have not. Apparently, people wear them for comfort, though? I could never wear sweats in public. Dude, something changed in me when I went to Florida. Something changed. Like, high school, I would not leave the house if I was not, like, showered, teeth freshly brushed, wearing a good fit. Something changed in me when I lived in Orlando. I started going out, like, nothing in my hair, just letting it, like, sit down in my forehead. Wearing, like, a baggy shirt and sweatpants. Unshowered some mornings. Like, just out of bed, had to go to Publix sort of morning. Aldi, once that opened. My homies know about the Aldi. Degenerate gamer Dracula. It wasn't even like gamer, it was something flipped in my brain where I was just like, man, why would I care about what the random person in the aisle at Aldi thinks? Like, why do I give a shit? You weren't a teen anymore? Yeah, I was just like, why do I care? I don't. Like, if I just want to roll out of bed and get my errands done, like, very first thing in the morning, I'm gonna do it. Some mornings, I don't want to shower before I leave the house. But, like, the rando in Aldi, like, I don't care if they see my greasy face in the morning. I don't give a shit. There's no reason. When my hair looks like I haven't showered in months, put on the trusty old cap. See, I have a thing. I hate wearing hats. My head is big. My head is huge. And most hats don't fit my head. My head isn't, like, weirdly big. Like, it's proportional to my body. But I have, like, a very wide build. Just naturally. Very broad shoulders. Wide head. That goes with the whole aesthetic, if you will. And most hats don't fit me, so I look stupid with a hat on. It looks like it's squeezing my head, because it is. I don't know what that was. I don't know what I bumped up against running in here. This is a very fun playstyle. I am glad that this is what was chosen. I am enjoying this very much. Uh-oh. Okay, we're fine. Need a sombrero built like Bulk. Not quite like Bulk, not that big. Shadow resistance, that's 14%. God damn. I still don't have an amulet. I haven't found a single one. This whole, like, the whole time we played this character, I haven't found a single amulet. I used to worry about the smallest pimple or my hair, or how my hair was. Now I don't care. Yeah, I hit that break point where I was like, man, I do not give a shit. I used to only wear jeans, but I found leggings that are super comfy because I used to work out after work. Now I'm just too used to it. Yeah. I think it was also COVID at the time. So, like, Man, yeah. I just absolutely did not care. Without the glasses, you got that country look. Do I? I don't feel like I do. But maybe I do. I don't know. My belly.
I'm not ready yet.
That one, I had my gym arc like last year. I got that one fixed. Got a bit of a snacking problem. Oh, you know what actually kicked my food problem? Because I was fat. And you know why I was fat? I had a food problem. But you know what kicked it? Was living alone at 18 years old. Like in an apartment, not in a dorm. Like I had to pay rent for an apartment. I was paying through school. That killed my food habit real fast. Because I could not afford to buy snacks. I could only afford to buy 2 meals a day. Like, that was all... That killed my food habit real fast. Real fast. Would recommend. Good way to fix food addiction. That was scary. That definitely could have killed me. I don't want to lose this character. I'm attached, man. This is a good one. I'm on the renown grind to try to get another healing potion. Want to lose weight? Don't be able to afford food? GG, easy. It did it for me. Being broke really fixed that. Could be in an old Western movie. That sort of country. When you say country, I think like... Yeah. Living alone had the skinnies. I genuinely, like, even before I started working out, I think I lost like 10 pounds. Just from like not being able to afford the amount of food I used to eat. Like, even before I started exercising, I lost weight when I lived alone.
I'm not ready yet.
Because I even, like, before I lived alone, like, the last year that I lived, like, my last year of high school, I started, like, dieting. But, like, in the sense that I limited, like, what I was allowed to eat, not how much I was allowed to eat. Like, I wasn't doing macros, I was more just doing, like, I can't eat, like, heavy carb foods or, like, heavy sugar foods, and I stayed fat. Because I still ate a shit ton of food, and it was all, like, good food, but I was eating so much. I stayed fat. It didn't do shit. But then college was like, I get 2 meals a day, and I can only really afford to drink the water out of the sink, because like paying for soda costs a lot when you're drinking like 1 or 2 a day. It was also when I cut caffeine for a while. People from Twitch days might remember when I moved to Florida, I cut caffeine. It was for monetary reasons. Because energy drink's expensive, coffee's expensive. You know what's not expensive? Water. I was broke as shit in Florida. Eating a deficit, exercise, boom, weight loss. It's crazy, because like, I got told by people for so long that it wasn't that simple. They were like, oh yeah, you can do that all you want, but like sometimes you just have bad genetics and it won't change. And I just like, I ate that shit up. I was like, so true. It's so hard having shit genetics. I do have shit genetics. I've talked about this before. Like, my daily diet to maintain weight is 1,700 calories. Because that's, if I eat 2,000 calories, I gain weight. Like, on a daily basis, that is. Like, I do have shit genetics. But, like, the science works. If you output more than you input, it goes away. Sorry, I'm reading at the same time. I got quiet immediately. Dealing damage to crowd-controlled enemies with dash. Is vulnerable considered crowd control? Does anyone know? I don't think it is. Crowd control is only going to be, like, stun, slow, immobilized, like that stuff. I don't think vulnerable is crowd control, is it? Reduces its charge cooldown by half a second up to 3 seconds per cast. Of both the gym community and the weight loss community, worst op they ever made up. Yeah. Dash slows enemies it hits by 30%. Oh. Any enemy already slowed will be dazed for 2 seconds instead. Dazed is a crowd control as well. I might take that one. I'm gonna be honest. I used to be on Adderall, and I lost like 20 pounds. I want to see if there's a supplement that suppresses my appetite. There is. I know some people who have taken it. I mean, there's probably a variety. It's probably more than just one. I can't speak to the effectiveness of them because I haven't taken them. But I know they're out there. Most people that I know who have taken them, it helps, but it doesn't solve the problem, if that makes sense. That's generally what I've seen. I don't want to make a statement on that one because I haven't had... Like, I will sit here all day and be like, yeah, you can have the worst genetics, you can still lose weight. You gotta figure it out. It's different for different people. Because, like, I have shit genetics, and I figured it out, and it worked. So, like, I'll speak to that all day, but I don't know about that supplement. General impression is it seems helpful, but it's like a band-aid rather than, like, a surgery, if you will. I just eat way too much. I'm never not hungry. Yeah, I used to be like that. I feel it. I feel that. But, like, habits are huge. Generally, if you want to form a habit, at least this works for me. It's another thing where, like, different people are different. Whenever I want to form a new habit, like, I'm serious about it, I'll hard dedicate to, like, 3 days. Because my ass, like, if I do the same thing for 3 days straight, I'll just keep doing it. I'm so easily influenced and easily changed that, like, that's all it takes. So maybe try that. Just, like, super hard dedicate to, like, 3 days of not snacking between meals or some shit. You never know. It might work. The influencer becomes the influenced? Yeah. Don't call me influencer ever again.
I'm not ready.
Dog shit word. The only people who get to call me that are the people who are giving me sponsorships. Smile. Raid, email me again, please. Please, I beg. You is what you is. I need that raid money, that greasy raid money.
I'm not ready yet.
God, look at those crits. This crit rate is so high. I'm really liking the rogue from what I've seen so far. What's like the meta rogue build that everyone's playing? Does anyone know? Sponsor you with my sub. Memberships on YouTube were originally called sponsors, so you're not entirely wrong. Stream Elements don't be sending you 5,000 a day. I don't take them from Stream Elements, because Stream Elements takes a cut. I love you, Stream Elements. I'm not affiliated with Stream Elements or partnered with them officially in any way, shape, or form. I can talk all the shit that I want. I do like Stream Elements. They are a very solid option for smaller creators. Probably the best for like chatbots and alerts and stuff. Streamlabs has a little more flexibility, but like Streamlabs has some sketchy shit going on. It's not really worth it. I don't see anyone talking about meta rogue builds. Damn. You're able to eat. It's just what you eat. For like, I tried that. Oh my god, I almost died. Oh, that would have hurt me so much. Yeah, getting frozen is scary when you're playing hardcore. When a death is like character reset, that scared the shit out of me. Did not like that one bit. That's what I was saying before. Like I dieted a bit before I moved and lived alone. But like I still ate so much. Like so much, just like I ate a lot calorie-wise, like enough intake, if you will, that like I never lost weight even though I was eating clean. Like I wasn't drinking soda, I wasn't eating sweets or candy. I wasn't eating like super carb dense food, like I was barely eating bread at all. But my calorie intake was just high enough that I stayed fat. I had a version of the burrito this morning just with sausage and a lot more onions and none of that sriracha shit. It was good and filled me up with one small burrito. The sausage is solid. The only thing with the sausage is that the reason that it doesn't use sausage, she's talking about the burrito recipe that I sent, for the record. If you're not in on the meme, there's the running joke that I eat a breakfast burrito almost every morning, and it's because it's true. But the reason that we don't use the sausage is sodium in sausage is batshit. Like, it's fine. If you're cool with the sodium, do the sausage thing. If you think it's worth it, do it. But for me, in the context of the burrito, I just can't taste the difference. Like, it tastes the exact same. I can't taste the difference, and it's better. I know it's better, and it makes me feel better. Sausage has a higher fat content as well. I think it does, but the sodium is the killer with sausage. That's what... That shit's evil. It's because I don't use the sauce. You need the sauce, man. Scrambled eggs with spinach. That's actually one of my favorites, too. I sometimes, and by sometimes I mean like half the time, honestly, I'll add spinach into that burrito as well. I've talked about spinach before, right? I've talked about it before, right? That I'm like a spinach fiend. I think I've talked about this before. Like, I love spinach. I put that shit in everything.
I can't leave my friends here.
If I make a sandwich, spinach. If I make a burrito, spinach. Not tacos. Spinach don't belong in tacos. But you get the point. Oh, what if I dropped traps, like, on top of the people I'm supposed to keep alive? Oh, wait. If it wasn't on a 10-second cooldown, like, if it was just one of those things where it's like, you can have 4 down at a time, it would be goated for something like this. It would be so crazy.
I'm not ready yet.
Rogue is really fun. And this probably isn't even like meta. This is probably like some random bullshit, but this is just really fun to play. Oh, we got the specialization stuff opened up. I gotta check that out because I actually have no clue how Rogue works like that. Oh my god, this dungeon is really scary because of all the freezing effects everywhere. I am not liking it. I am not liking it. Leave me alone. The shaman's gotta go. They have to be first priority from this point out. I can't be getting frozen like that. Oh, hold on. I gotta catch up on a good bit. Oh, we got rubies dropping now? Do we have any slots? Of course not. What's shadow imbuement? I don't even know. Life on kill would actually be huge. I'm probably gonna throw that. Vulnerable damage is huge. Wait, what was that ring? Oh, shit. Either way, it wasn't good. What does this have? Cold resist. Good for this dungeon, but generally not as good as what this has. Life on kill is gonna be awesome. Crit strike chance, all stats, and attack speed. Yup. That's a great set of gloves. Hold on. Send me the recipe. Maybe my cursed hands won't mess it up. Wait, what did Mickle say? Some foods are better than others, but if you intake the same amount of calories as you did before, you're gonna remain the same weight. Not the exact same, but like generally the same. You might lose a little bit, but yeah. Even if you eat less, I think he means less bad food by that one. I just need the motivation to exercise and eat better. It feels good. It needs to be sponsored by that burrito. The sauce is good. I don't know. You're crazy for that. Wait. Although I don't think I use the same sriracha mayo recipe that the guy that I sent you that recipe from does. I don't think I use his sriracha mayo. I think I use a different one that I found. And honestly, at this point, I just know how to make it. Like, I don't even know where that recipe is. I might be able to find it. Sausage mid. Frank's Red Hot. I put that shit on everything. Dude, she got the reference. Thank God. Someone got it. That I've said that line so often, and no one's ever known it. False knows it. F in chat for John Romita Sr. I need to copy paste that name into Google. Oh, comic book artist. Is he dead? Died 3 days ago. Who's the other one? Cormac McCarthy. A writer. Died 2 days ago. Oh, he wrote No Country for Old Men? That's one of my favorite movies. Learning not to eat too many carbs like rice, bread, and that stuff, it's pretty big. Although I eat bread and rice and all that in like every meal now. And I kind of like, I'm worried that I'm getting too skinny at this point. Like I kind of want to stop losing weight, even though I'm not at the number I wanted. Like I'm looking at myself in the mirror and I'm like, I want to stay here. Like I don't really want to lose more weight. I'm only like 5 pounds more than my goal was anyway. Like, I'm right about there. But I don't think I want to get skinnier. Learning how to do fermented vegetables. Attempting with red cabbage sauerkraut. I like fermented veggies. I know that some people don't, but I like that. I like that shit. 2 more points to get the next tier opened up. Just so that I'm keeping an eye out. Betty White was in one of those commercials too. Dude, those commercials were so good. I think I want the knockdown with the trap. Like, I'm probably going to pump the damage up on this. But that knockdown is going to be huge. This is like a cornerstone. Rice is good because I'll never mess it up. That's true. 30% chance to reset your imbuement skill cooldowns. Is that this? What's imbuement skill? Man, I don't even have that shit unlocked. 10% increased poison damage to enemies standing inside your poison trap. That's a 10% damage buff. That's all that is. The trap itself deals poison damage. That's just a 10% buff. Nothing else. Level up to access class priority quests. Completing them will unlock special... After this dungeon? Oh, I guess I only got 5 more minutes, man. All my cooking is easy foods. So you need to be more confident. Honestly, if you just find something on Google, like a recipe, cooking is easy. At least maybe I'm just... I've got it in me or something. I don't know. I've never thought cooking was hard. I was gonna say, I can't use a staff. If you give me like a set of instructions and it's not confusing, because sometimes recipes can be a little, like, they're worded weirdly. They're just not very clear. That's a pain in the ass. But like, if it's a well-written recipe, like the directions make sense, cooking is easy. I'll cook some wild shit. I'll chef it up. One of my meal preps that I really want to make that I just found. Chat, I found a recipe for patty melts that are meant for what's it called? Like cutting, like gym cutting, right? Like cutting weight after you do a bulk. They are 350 calories per patty melt, like per sandwich, and like 40 grams of protein per sandwich. And I want to make that shit so bad. I would devour 2 of those. That would be a very, very nice meal. I would enjoy that thoroughly. Sounds delicious. Basically half my protein intake. No, I gobble protein. Like, I eat so much protein a day. My diet is mostly protein. Because all I want to eat is meat. Like, genuinely, I want meat. If a meal doesn't have meat in it, it ain't for me. None of this veggie shit. Actually, pause, comma. Korean veggie pancakes are delicious. That is like the one thing. I'll give it that one, but that's it. God, the damage on this build is... I am a fan. I'm just so used to playing like an early game druid at this point with my Diablo 4 experience that killing bosses that fast is like unheard of for me. That was crazy. Imagine how cool it would be to fight Inarius. Bro, like, we know that as they do expansions for this game, the main campaign is going to be included in that. Just, it's a matter of time. They made him way too central to, like, the story and stuff in this game. There's no way it ain't happening. I don't like when you have to take care of different stuff at the same time. There aren't many recipes I've made where you have to, like, multitask like that. Where, and I say have to as in, like, it is a necessity. Because I'm bad at that. So a lot of the time, I'll just, like, cook it all in multiple different steps and then, like, put it all together at the end. Trying out a new build 10 times better than my previous. Like, a new character because you finished the campaign. Or just you respect your sorcerer. Unlocking your potential. Next Diablo stream. It's 3:59. There's nothing I can do with, like, half a minute. New Ice Frost build. I've heard ice is the way. With with Sorcerer. I've heard that that's like the hard meta. Anyway, that's a good rogue. It took us 2 streams to get Incredibulk to level 23. Took us like 2 hours to get Stabby Shooty to 15. That build is way faster. And it's in hardcore. I haven't died a single time on it. Incredibulk died a lot. He died a lot. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed. Actually, I think this is way better. Doing the hardcore for chat choosing the build stuff. I think this was way better. It might just be because early game Druid is miserable. But this was great. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did enjoy and you haven't done so already, feel free to go ahead and leave a sub. Come back another time. We're doing this. We're doing Dark Souls 2 for the first time right now. We just started that. We're only 1 stream in, so you're not missing a lot. We're doing Zelda, 100% Tears of the Kingdom, that is. Still working through that. That shit's gonna take forever. I'm missing one. Oh, we're playing through every mainline Resi game. We just started RE5 yesterday. And that's been a great time. And it's gonna continue to be a great time. Because we still have absolute bangers like 7 and 8 coming down the pipeline for that. So it's good. It's a great series. I've been having a lot of fun with pretty much everything we've been playing recently. Now that I'm out of the, well, mostly out of the slog of just like getting through new stuff and 100%ing it, it's like I'm free again. Also, if you enjoyed and you haven't done so already, feel free to go ahead and leave a like on the stream. Helps out a lot with algorithm and stuff. Why'd you miss 6? I like 6. Most people don't like 6. Liking the stream helps with the algorithm, discoverability and all that, even as a VOD. It's super helpful. I would appreciate it a lot. Thank you if you've done so already. Thank you if you're about to do so. If you're looking for links to any way to engage with the community outside of stream, feel free to check out links in the bottom of the description. Things like Twitter, Discord server, TikTok, any of that you're looking for is down there. Jessica also just threw it all in the chat right there. She also linked the most recent video, which is my review. It's a more informal review. Like, I didn't write a script. I just kind of sat down in front of my mic and spoke for like 15 minutes. But it's my thoughts on Jedi Survivor after 100%ing the game. So if you're interested in that, check that out. Which game tomorrow? That's a secret. I don't tell my secrets. Once again, I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see all of you guys back here next time. I hope you all have a good rest of your day. Thank you for coming to the stream, and goodbye.